The back seat. Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Connor and Josh here at the ballpark, and Josh, John, and Nick back in studio. Hi, guys.
Hey.
Hi.
What's going on?
Well, as per usual, you can't get the
Oh,
Royals game. Yeah, switch.
There we go.
Get
My
that
bad.
tennis off.
You have to go to Bally's on the big TV on your right, John.
It's not logged in anymore,
It needs to
Happer.
be logged in.
Oh, do you want me to re-log in from my phone right here? I don't want to do that.
Yeah,
No,
it's
you
already.
don't
He's
have
already
to do
turned
that.
off the TV. You're fine.
You're fine.
If you
We'll
go
just
to
watch it on
MLB,
tiny baby TV.
if you go to MLB.TV, you could watch the Storm Chasers.
Oh,
There you go.
They're up 10-4.
Yeah, I can tell you
Oh.
exactly what's happening.
nice.
We could see how far the delay is,
Oh, yeah.
things of that nature. I don't know. Doesn't seem like you guys are that interested. All right.
Well, they're up
Sounds
10-4, Happer.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
the
I
game's
get it.
almost over.
Yeah,
I get
for
it.
sure, for sure.
I get it. You want to watch competitive baseball games.
Well,
Also,
no, we're watching the White Sox.
Hey, it's 0-0 right now.
I do enjoy watching the White Sox being uncompetitive. That is a lot of fun for
They
me.
suck.
I think a
Person.
lot of people enjoy that.
It's a lot of fun. By the way, remember last time we did this? The game ended during the crossover. So
Yeah.
we are in the bottom of the we're in the top of the seventh. So we had some
we have a little
variance
bit of
here.
time.
We have a real life baseball game that's taking place in front of us, which is not like those short 2-hour, hour 59
Cheapies.
games. Yeah,
The game that you saw the other day, Happer, that you
Yeah.
didn't enjoy.
I was triggered. I went to a Major
You
League
sure?
Baseball game, and it only took 2 hours and 18 minutes. I wanted to stay there for 4 hours and, not drink a whole bunch of beer because drinking is canceled.
Oh, that's right. Happer is out on beer now.
That's it.
Sad.
That's correct.
So can you explain to me, because I think, not that I'm here to defend anyone's bad food takes, but Josh has made it very clear how anti-ketchup he is.
Yes. Thank you, John. Thank you for saying this.
Why was the poll question necessary? Does Josh
Thank
seem
you,
like
John.
the person that dips his tendies in ketchup?
I'll tell you exactly why.
Okay.
Because I think he seems like the kind of person
Interesting.
that would dip his chicken tender in ketchup. That's all.
Some of his food takes are childlike in nature.
He has
Like
the vibe
what?
of a man who
What?
dips
Tell
chicken
me-
tenders in ketchup.
Tell me about my childish food takes. Is it how I drink my coffee black or like steaks medium rare?
No, it's more the tendies.
Did I
Just in
say the
general.
word tendies?
Well,
And eat
that's
the
one of them.
tendies.
That is a
Whoa,
good point.
are we anti-tendies now? I don't understand this. I don't understand why people don't like chicken fingers.
No, we're anti-calling them tendies,
Oh,
Josh.
okay.
That's all.
It seemed like Josh was also saying because I like to eat
I mean,
them.
just as Josh has rubbed off on Nick from the murder cult perspective, Nick's childlike language is what rubbed off on Josh.
Yeah.
You both say mid now because of me.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
I don't think
We're
it's
rubbing
because
on
of you.
everybody here.
Everyone's rubbing.
You guys are all rubbing on each other.
Yes.
Rub boys.
Yeah.
Now, did you happen to hear the take on the podcast about Twister and Jurassic Park?
I did. Did you watch that, John?
I missed it.
The thing that
Oh, I
Happer sent
tweeted
to
it
us?
right at you, John.
Yeah.
Check your
I'm
menchies.
sorry.
Oh, interesting. He can say menchies, but I can't say tendies,
That
Josh.
sounds like-
that was a joke.
That
was
sounds
a
like
joke.
great value brand.
Food, like a chip?
A great value
Cheerios.
brand. What's Frenchie?
Oh,
You
yeah,
know,
like
cheese
menchies.
Frenchies.
cheese menchies.
I feel like menchies sounds like an off-brand Dorito. Mom,
Yeah.
could you get the bag of Doritos? No, but I got you some menchies. Damn it,
Kill
Mom.
me, Mom.
That's actually
Oh,
that's actually good.
Yeah.
I actually like those better than I like real Doritos.
Uh-huh.
I can't tell the difference.
Yeah.
All right, so you guys didn't see it?
I
Fine.
did. No, I did.
All right.
I watched it.
I
It
saw
made
it.
me. It made
Did
me
you-
laugh.
Did you find it to be interesting at all? I just think that I have now gotten to be the person who people laugh and laugh and laugh at all of my takes because they say that they're bad.
Yes.
But yet people are agreeing with them independently from around the country, experts on topics such as movies. And I get laughed out of the room by you rubes who dip your chicken tenders in
Rubes?
ketchup.
I haven't dipped my tendies in ketchup since I was like 12 years old.
Yeah, and I never
When the
do.
only
I
chicken
hate
tenders
ketchup.
that existed were the ones at Long John Silver's.
Oh man, they tasted like fish.
Yeah, they fry with
And
a
that's
fish
why I
batter.
dip them in
Just a little
ketchup.
bit.
Yeah, understandably so.
That's why I dip them in ketchup.
Mm.
It's amazing, we talk about dipping sauces, how very few dipping sauces we had. We had ketchup. And that was pretty
That
much
was it.
That is true, John.
I mean, yeah.
Oh,
we had
here
tartar
comes the Happer
sauce,
take.
But seriously, we
There's too many dipping sauces now.
Oh,
I'll say it.
Wow.
There's
Just don't get them
I'm
then.
literally saying we didn't have enough, and now you're saying, oh, there's too many. There's too many.
I get paralyzed by all the options, John.
So you're out on Heinz's new harissa aioli?
Absolutely.
You don't even know what that is,
I
do you?
don't.
Oh yeah, Hap. I heard you describe or pronouncing it earlier. You called it aioli. Is that how you say it?
Aioli.
Who's the
Aioli.
rube now?
Yeah, exactly.
Aioli, that also sounds like Great Value brand something.
Yeah,
I know what it
exactly.
is. It's just another word for mayonnaise. It's fine.
I think I know now why the Fuddruckers down the street closed. It's because Connor walked in one day and said, there's too many choices.
Yep. Yep. Classic Happer.
And they
Too
just
big a
started
menu.
going crazy on the place, knocking stuff over.
Man, you must hate the Cheesecake Factory, Happer. Those menus are like 40 pages.
I haven't been at Cheesecake Factory in a very long time.
Is it because of the menus?
I get it's the same thing as a Taco Bell. Jack and I handshake me on this opinion. We go up to the Taco Bell drive-through, and we're like, what are we looking at? I have no idea where to find anything. I'm paralyzed by all the choices.
They also changed the menu at Taco Bell. Like
Every other day.
They move it around.
It's like
all
the
time.
Bear season 3.
They do. It's not good. I'll shake hands on this one. The Taco Bell menu.
Let's all put our hands in on this take.
Yeah, the Taco Bell menu is a disaster.
Plus, famously, we've discussed it, not a side item.
no signature side.
No
item.
They
signature
have
side.
so many signature sides.
You have zero signature sides.
You can't have so many signature sides.
If
You need
Taco-
one signature side.
yes.
All
If
right,
Taco
well-
Bell had the potato cake as their signature side, it'd be a much better restaurant.
Oh,
Why?
yeah.
Why
They have it
can't-
at breakfast.
Why can't a taco be a side?
Because it's not a side. It's a
because
main dish.
it's an entree.
Yeah.
But do you
Yeah,
ever?
it's just not, Nick.
Do
Sorry.
you ever eat just one taco when you want? Like, I'm gonna get a taco. Do you ever just
No.
get a taco?
No.
Right, but you get a taco as a side.
No.
Do I get
No.
one French fry?
That's
No.
not the
Yeah.
definition of a side.
Yeah.
You
It'd be
can-
like
you-
ordering a burger and being like, my side is wings.
I'm
No.
I don't.
Those are entrees.
I don't disagree if you just decide to just have entrees. If you're at a barbecue and hey, I just want a couple of hot dogs and
Oh,
that's all
nice.
you're having.
Sure, yeah.
But the side is the alternate to the main course.
Agreed.
And it's
everybody hands in.
And it's hands in. And it's not protein based usually. Right?
Yeah.
It's a potato usually.
Apologies to the vegans and
Rice,
vegetarians,
potatoes,
but yeah.
corn, green
I
beans.
guess it really isn't protein based, is it? That's fair. Never thought about that.
Unless you-
Beans are protein.
Yes.
There's protein in beans, yes.
I like
Yes.
Nick admitting things. This is cool.
He's a new boy.
Yeah, good job, Nick.
I still think a taco can be a
oh,
signature side
never
of
mind.
Taco
It's
Bell.
not a side.
The name is Taco Bell.
It's not a
That's
side.
the entree. Isn't the number one at Taco Bell a taco? Or multiple
It's-
tacos?
Well,
gotta
we
be
don't know
multiple
because the
tacos.
menu changes.
I guess
every
that's
5
true.
I
seconds.
actually
We get
don't know what the
lost.
number one at Taco
Also,
Bell
maybe they should make their sign out of a bell, like their signature side. It's so you get a taco and then you get a bell.
Then you get a bell.
on
Ooh,
the
instead
side.
of potato cakes, you get potato bells.
Potato
Nice.
bells.
What do you think the non-negotiables are at Taco Bell?
Oh, man. Great question.
The non-negotiables.
By the way, I'm looking
Good
at the
question.
menu right now. In the upper left, the first things listed are indeed the tacos.
Oh,
You can't have your signature sides in the upper left quadrant, Nick. That is
No.
the main thing. That's what you're
That's the
ordering.
main thing,
Go
the
to
main
McDonald's.
thing.
You know what's in the upper left-hand corner there?
Hamburgers.
A burger. Some
Mhm.
form of a burger.
Fine. You know what? I'll concede this.
Nice.
But Taco Bell does have items that they could just make sides and they
They
don't.
could, but they don't. There you go. That's the point.
That's fine.
They could. I mean, they got the chips and the cheese.
Mm-hmm.
That could be a side. The
That
Fiesta
could-
potatoes could be a side.
They have Fiesta potato?
They do.
What's a Fiesta potato?
It's just like potato chunks of potato, and then they got cheese and sour cream on it.
Oh, sounds good to
That
me.
could be a side.
It could be, but they don't. That's not the way that they promote it. It's not the way they advertise.
Yeah, all their
it.
value menus is here's a taco and
Yeah.
a burrito and an enchilada.
Yeah, they got
Here's
some good.
2 tacos.
I like
and,
rice.
chalupa.
Rice and beans, I think, are a tremendous
so many
side.
combinations. Like, how am I supposed to figure it out? And then if you get them all a la carte, it counts like it's more expensive somehow. They're like, why don't you just get the number 17, which is 2 tacos, 2 burritos, and 4 enchiladas?
Mhm.
And I'm like, how could I have found that? It was so deep on the menu.
Number 17.
Yeah, why don't you get a B48? Like, geez.
Yeah.
You sunk my battleship.
I'm waiting for a day where you go to a Taco Bell and the menu is so big that in order to see it all, you have to like pull a lever, and then the whole thing flips like a giant book. Here's page 2.
Their menu is like tweets in the era of being able to buy check marks. They're just way too long. It's
that's
way
true.
too many words.
Yeah.
Too many words.
Taco
Yes.
Bell isn't the worst menu I've seen. The Taco Bell menu is rough. It is rough.
What's
It
the
is
worst?
rough.
Just Burger King's.
Is Burger King's bad?
Because they'll
I haven't
have
been to
this
Burger
thing
King
where
in a
it's like-
non-breakfast time in years.
Yeah.
So they have like their main thing, and then they
Okay.
have some promoted things. But
Yeah.
the promoted things will flash on the screen in place of the other half of the menu. So if you want the thing that's on the other half of the menu, you have to wait for the.
Oh,
It's like the
I see.
TV
thing
Guide
to
channel.
Yeah.
Flash away.
Oh,
Oh, I
sorry.
missed channel 40.
Sorry, I have to wait until the side item scroll comes back.
Yeah.
Oh man,
But
I
if
used to love doing that for college football. Like when Nebraska was ranked, I would wait for Nebraska to be like number 20 on
The
there.
score.
Yeah, and then I'd miss it. Even though I knew what the score was, I just wanted to see Nebraska on the bottom. Those were the days.
I remember.
Yeah.
Nick, the
Sorry,
issue
Nick.
with that was that you went to Burger King.
Yeah, you went to
I don't hate
Yeah.
Burger King.
Mm.
I'll say
Garbage
it.
food for garbage people.
Hi, Josh.
Most,
Nice.
Most fast
Poll
food
question.
is.
Also, did I hear earlier that we're all handshake memeing on the Bear season 3 being garbage? Is that what I heard,
I haven't
Josh?
finished it yet because
Not
I'm going.
garbage.
I'm going a
Not
week at a
good.
time.
What, Caleb Williams didn't help?
Nice. I definitely didn't. It was my least favorite season.
Oh,
By
did you
far.
binge it?
Too
No,
subtle for its
We
own
watched
good.
it over a week and a half.
But I thought I thought we agreed to watch it like one
we
episode
made
a
no
week.
such agreement.
Oh, I never.
We talked about that at the very beginning.
No,
I
That's
like
what I've been doing.
I
Oh,
like
yeah, I
the
watched the whole show
idea.
already.
I've been watching it
you
on
have
Wednesdays.
neglected
Oh.
Nick.
We didn't talk about this.
No,
I said
hold on,
binging
Nick.
is one episode over the course
Yeah.
of 10 days is not binging.
Nick had a misunderstanding of
Yeah.
what we were doing here. I think I
Yeah.
love the idea. that
I
the show would
wish
only
that
come out
that's
a
what
week
it
at a
did.
time.
Yeah.
but we have it all at our fingertips.
Yeah, I've already
so-
watched the whole show.
Oh,
So what are you,
like,
like 2 or 3 episodes in?
Yes.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'm done.
Okay.
We
cool.
finished it on Sunday.
We
Yeah, I
can
finished it
finish
last
now
night.
then because she heard the same thing. She
Yeah.
was listening to the crossover. Like, oh, it sucks that we can only watch this once a week. I'm like, that's what the deal is.
Okay, I need audio proof of this.
There was no.
I
deal.
don't recall making this agreement, but if you can prove it, then I will admit that I was wrong and I will
I
apologize.
feel like
Incredible.
Nick is Lando right now. This deal's getting worse all the time.
That's hilarious. The poor Nick's been watching it once a week.
I've been looking forward to it. Every
You guys
Wednesday.
are getting paid for this?
Yeah.
That's Nick right now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I
It was
wasn't
fine.
involved in this conversation. through
Yeah,
my
you haven't watched
recollections.
it.
I've never
John's
seen
been binging The Boys.
it. Yeah, I'm watching The Boys.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, people. Marty Cordero was talking. President C was talking about The Boys earlier. He was warning us about all the disgusting things
Oh,
that
man.
happened in that
Yeah.
show.
Some of the stuff that's happened in season 4 is some of the
My-
most John unhinged stuff.
That is literally the words my son told me the other day
It's
as I was watching
crazy.
an episode. He said, the season 4 stuff's going to get really, really unhinged. He
Yeah.
actually used that word.
It is. There
I
is some.
told him
Oh,
I was
man.
on season 2, and he said, "Oh, you're not even to the unhinged stuff yet." And I said, "Really? I just saw a guy get his face ripped off."
Nice. Yep. Just wait.
It gets worse.
See, my favorite
Or
one
better.
is when,
Or better.
what's her name, crushes the guy's skull when she's sitting on him.
Nice.
Yikes.
What's that, early season 2 or late season?
I don't know.
I think
You'll
that's
have-
season
That's
one.
that's A-Train's girlfriend.
Uh-huh.
yeah.
That
That was amazing.
I haven't gotten to this episode yet, but I've seen the clip of that guy who grows, who can shrink really small and then
Uh-huh.
grow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that scene.
Oh, that'll.
Have you
John
gotten to
will.
that scene?
No, that's season 3.
That's
Yeah,
season 3.
yeah.
I've seen that scene.
John will have some takes on that. I know exactly
I-
what scene you're
I
discussing.
can't wait for that scene.
Mhm. Indeed.
It's been good so far. I've enjoyed it.
There you go.
The boys.
The boys.
The boys.
The boys.
Mm.
The boys.
Poor Nick has been watching one episode a week.
Yeah, Nick, I'm so sorry.
This is hilarious.
I'm 2 episodes into the bear.
Oh
right
my
now.
gosh.
Nick, just start ripping off a couple a night now.
Guys,
You're good.
I just
We can
started
do that.
season 5 of MASH on TV
Mm.
time.
I love.
I loved
Mash.
the premiere. I loved the premiere of The Bear.
I thought it was a good catch up, but I don't think it should have been a episode.
It was not
1.
a good. It was
That
not a
should
good
have been
episode.
an
I've been
episode
listening-
0.
Yeah.
Me, not Music Boy. I've been listening to that 9 Inch Nails song a lot over the last couple of weeks.
The one that goes in the background.
Yeah, it's
the
like
whole
10
time?
minutes long. I listened to
Yeah.
it. It's a good song.
That is
Hell yeah.
stupid. That's not a
That
song
is-
that you listen to,
Yeah, it
Josh.
is.
I do.
I listen to long songs all the time.
Yeah,
It
Happer.
doesn't have any words. It's just an instrumental.
That,
A lot of songs used to just be instrumentals. Happer.
some people don't appreciate
I know
art.
about instrument. It's a soundtrack for a TV show.
It's a real
not
song. It's a real
Hey,
song
hey.
from an album.
Nick is of music. He knows.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I stand with Nick. I handshake meme with Nick on this.
There are 10-minute songs that are very good. This is like the music that plays in the background of Friday Night Lights
No.
the entire movie.
I like that music too. Explosions in the Sky.
Explosions in the Skies by whatever the band was. But
Explosions in the Sky is the band, Happer.
Oh, who did the song? Or what was the name of the song then? I can't
Your
remember.
Hand in Mine.
Your Hand in Mine. Yes,
Great
that was-
song.
Yeah, it was always on my iPod because I was a 12-year-old and loved stuff like that.
Wow.
You know what is also on my iPod, Josh? A whole bunch of clips from Anchorman.
Toby.
Not Anchorman 2.
The first
Not
Anchorman.
Anchorman 2. So I just put it on shuffle, and all of a sudden it would say, Great Odin's Raven, and then it would play another song.
Okay,
It
that
was-
is pretty funny. That's a fun
It
bit.
was-
That's a classic youngster bit
I
where you
had-
just put random clips on your phone.
I had a bunch of Nick Swartzen comedy clips on my shuffle on my iPod, so it
Yeah.
would just be like My Chemical Romance, 9 Inch Nails, a random Nick Swartzen clip,
Nice.
and then go back into it. Metallica.
Nice.
Mm.
Nice.
John, did you ever do that on your 8-track?
on my mixtapes.
Yeah.
You ever slide in an old Bill Cosby sketch?
Yes.
The one
Yes.
with the Volkswagen. I think that's an old Bill Cosby sketch.
Yeah. Well, there was the Bill Cosby sketch about the
Uh-oh.
chloroform. Oh wait, no, that's
Well, that was real
Yikes.
life, John.
wrong album.
Star
That
Wars
was a very
Fiend.
good bit.
Star Wars Fiend says, "How dare Connor talks down on 9 Inch Nails? Connor, horrible food movie, and now music takes. I think instead of best over crossover at the end of the year, you need to run a worst of Happer's takes. There's so many. It's a great idea. What if we
I
did
don't
that?
get
Rank
this.
the worst Happer takes.
I don't get it. I don't get it. How are my takes bad?
You do catch hell for having takes.
I
Yeah,
know.
he
Why are
does.
people yelling at me for stuff?
Other people got takes on this station.
Yeah, they're just
Wade
as
writes,
bad
it
as
is pretty
mine.
amazing how many bad takes Connor has. Star Wars. I'd like calling Star Wars Fiend Star Wars.
Star Wars. Thanks, Star Wars.
Could take Star Wars.
That's always been my favorite part of the internet growing up, and it's gotten less and less prominent as people just have their actual names, but just calling people by their handles.
Yep. And that's Star Wars Fiend.
It's clear that none of the chat is going to come to my defense.
Yeah. Can we get hands
I
in the
don't
chat?
think so.
And that none of you guys are
Can we
going to
get
come to my
ha-has in
defense
the chat?
either.
Can I get some LMAOs in the chat, please?
Some F's for Happer.
If it
Mm.
makes you feel any better, Happer, I don't have a take either way, so I'm not thinking it's bad or good.
Yeah, so what's worse? Me having bad takes or John not having takes?
Mm.
I just didn't have a take about
What's
9
better,
Inch
to
Nails.
love and lost it, or to never have loved at all?
That's almost a quote.
Yeah, I was close. I mixed up the first part of
Don't
it.
Don't
like
let the fear of
95% there.
striking
Yeah.
out make you afraid of playing the game.
Mm.
You know?
Yep.
That's what I always say. Unfortunately, it seems as if I strike out a lot.
You do.
Connor is
Outcomes in
the
radio.
Connor is the 3 true outcomes of talk radio.
Oh,
That's a fun bit. What's our take batting average?
oh, great
The
question.
3 true
Nick.
outcomes.
Yeah, but I got 700 career home runs.
Oh, do you? You're
Yeah.
saying you're the Hank Aaron of takes?
I don't think you're allowed. Maybe the Barry Bonds of takes.
Barry Bonds of takes.
Oh,
Yeah, they
you're
he
juicing?
walked a lot. Oh yeah, you could tell too.
Performance enhancing takes. Is
I
just
think it's-
copying
I thought
and
Connor's
pasting.
head looked a little
Need the
bigger the
steroids.
other day.
Oh, interesting.
What'd you say, John?
I said I thought your head looked a little bigger the other day.
It's taking the funny drug.
It's funny. I did have some performance enhancing drugs during the College World Series.
Well, this is
Yes,
this.
you did.
Yep,
So this is reminding me a little
Prescribed by
bit.
a doctor.
true.
This reminded me a little bit of how who was it that did the? Oh, it was Jack Mitchell. He compared his team to famous baseball players, and one of his players was Ty Cobb on his softball team.
Yeah.
And so my thought would be like going through all the Rolodex of zone hosts, what our batting average or comparable people would be. What's Nick? What's Gary? What's Jimmy Allen, for example?
I'm a Rockies player somewhere.
Oh, interesting.
And then we have analytics on it, like, wow, it turns out Connor wasn't as bad as everybody thought. It's weird.
Who's that guy we did research on yesterday? Pickle something?
Pickle.
Pickle.
The baseball player, he turned out to be a horrible racist.
Oh, yeah.
Had
One of
three heart
the
attacks
guys
in
that
jail.
hit 12, who had hits in 12 straight at bats.
Oh, yeah.
Who's tied with Jose Miranda now. Yeah, I can't remember his name.
But
he
a
was
big
great.
racist.
Big
Named
racist.
Big racist.
Turns out
Pickle
he
the
was big racist.
Died of a heart attack the day after he got paroled for murdering someone.
Oh my God!
That's a
With
good-
his car.
Who is this
good.
man?
Pickle.
His name is Pickle?
His
Pickle the
name is
racist.
not
It's
Pickle.
not Pickle.
Pickle the racist.
The good news is if we do compare ourselves and
Pepper?
people from the zone's past to, former baseball players, we already have our Eddie Goodell.
Eddie Goodell.
The short guy?
Yep.
All right, well, figure out who that is. Sky writes,
We send him up to bat when we need a walk.
who is the Adam Dunn of takes? Wasn't Adam Dunn, he hit
Adam
a lot of
Dunn
home runs,
was-
but he struck out a lot?
He
Is that
struck out way more.
Okay. So the occasional home run, but a lot of strikeouts?
Indeed. Indeed. I mean, he had,
Yes.
Nick, who it seems like you have a name in your
I know
head.
you're staring at me.
By the way,
you're smiling.
the person that Josh referred to as Pickle
Yeah.
was named Pinky Higgins.
Oh,
Oh, Pinky Pickle.
I
What's
like
the
Pickle
difference?
the racist.
knew it
better.
started with a P, though.
Pickle the
Pinky
racist.
Higgins. By the way, when you type in his name on Google, the first thing that actually pops up is manager, not even baseball player.
Yeah, he did many things.
He
Josh.
died in 1969.
The
Nice.
day after he was paroled.
Wow.
For murder.
Okay, so this guy was a racist.
I believe vehicular
He-
manslaughter is the technical
Wow,
term.
he did play for the Boston Red Sox, so the shoe does indeed fit there.
It's,
By the way,
nice.
on the side, it has the thing playing career, postseason, managing and front office career.
Controversies.
But one of them,
Racism.
no, is just racism.
Oh, yeah.
It's not even controversial takes. No, it's just racism.
Racism.
Red Sox historians often single out Higgins along with Yawkey of Yawkey Way when they discuss the root of the club's reputation for resisting racial integration. Yikes. Holy
Whoops.
God, there's the N-word on this
A
page.
lot.
Yikes.
the
Whoa. Oh my gosh. Some of the things this man said.
You're having the same reactions as Josh did yesterday.
And yeah, indeed, he died.
You want to
I
know what
don't
a bad
know.
look is?
Wow.
Not even Mr. H's Wikipedia page has a list.
yeah.
Under.
Designated Hitler.
Wow.
I feel like the racism's implied with Mr.
Kind of
H,
implied.
though.
Yeah,
I know,
agree.
but it's just the idea
Like-
that this dude Pinky has a subheading for racism, and Mr. H doesn't.
It's
Hmm.
very interesting that way, John. You make a good point.
No, Mr. H. I mean, pretty much the whole thing reads like a
how-to guide.
like a how-to guide. Yeah. By the way, kids,
Pull
it's
question.
not a how-to guide.
Read
Don't
it as
read it.
Basically,
Don't read his Wikipedia page, Nick?
basically
Oh,
do the
I thought you
opposite
were
of
talking
everything
about the
he
other how-to
did.
guide that he wrote.
No, don't read that.
No, don't read that one.
The one that a former president had by his bedside table.
Don't
no,
read
no.
that. Oh, I bet Pinky had that book.
Oh yeah.
It was Pickle's
Full
bedtime
question?
story.
Did
think
Pinky
Pinky
have
had
that
mine.
book? Not just that book.
Can we just call him Pickle the racist?
Pickle the racist.
Yeah, sure.
Don't
That's
totally
better.
hate it.
I don't think we'll probably ever refer to
I hate the
him again,
racism, but
but- Yeah.
Hmm.
Wow. Wow. A lot of ground covered today, guys.
yeah, this
Yes.
is a good one.
Good one.
This is a good one.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year!
Wow.
2 straight days.
Yeah.
We could use a shorter one, too, so this is good. Maybe, by the way, when we come up with all the zone hosts' worst takes or whatever, or come up with their batting average, we do this during our 25th anniversary celebration,
Oh, this is a great idea.
which is
Mm.
coming up. People
It is
forget
indeed.
about
What a broadcast tease.
If we were looking to do something fun and unique and different this December, along with the various Happy New Year shows, keeping track of our worst takes and giving out awards to each other for the worst takes of the year would be a fun thing. Now,
It
it's
would
already
be.
July the 10th, so we're a bit
Yeah.
behind.
Yeah, we haven't done a very good job of keeping track.
I did pick the 49ers to win the Super Bowl. That was a dumb thing to do
Well, not really.
because they were
They
in the
almost
Super Bowl.
won.
They were.
If it wouldn't, if they would have had a better coach like Sean McVay, they would have won.
Nice. Nice job.
But because they lost, I didn't have to shave.
That's right. And
Oh,
eyes.
that's right.
It really did come
And
down
then
to
everyone
the
saw
Super
my
Bowl.
teeth.
That's right.
Oh, they don't look as big
Instead
with
of
the
Josh's
beard.
worst take, we're just going to go back to the day shave.
Now Nick had to keep his. Now Nick likes his mustache
I
so
love
much.
my mustache.
Everybody does.
It's great.
Everybody does.
I get
It's
compliments
better
on
than
it.
the beard. It's better than the beard. I stand with Nick.
Many people compliment me. They're like, "I like your mustache."
Well, it was
And I say,
only
"Thank
because
you."
Nick never trimmed his beard.
Big, strong men, tears in their eyes.
It was a lot of work to trim the beard. I should have.
People come up to you, Nick, and say, "I love your mustache."
Tears in their eyes, big, strong men.
burly men.
Impossible.
Like, I love your mustache, Nick.
By the way, more crapping on Happer. Wade writes, current and former host Damon might give Connor a run for his bad takes money.
I'm glad someone said that because I always said that Damon never got enough credit for how weird he was.
Yes.
Oh, he's
Damon
weird.
might have a low take batting average.
You think so?
Yeah.
His bad takes are pretty bad.
Yeah, but he always had good long at bats. He fouled off a lot of pitches.
That's true.
That doesn't show up in the stat column.
Doesn't
John.
show him in the stat column, but he ran up the pitch count on a lot of people.
When is that
Pitches
advanced metric going to
seen.
show up?
Yeah.
Which one? The running up the pitch count?
Yeah.
Pitches seen.
That's yeah. That's
We
a good
need.
point.
I want to know how good Babe Ruth was.
Baseball nerds are running out of super advanced things.
Yeah.
To keep
Yeah,
track of.
we kind of hit the
plateau.
proverbial wall here.
Yeah.
We need to break through the fourth wall.
Do you guys want to know who the leaders are in pitches seen? Because that's definitely a thing that we keep track of right now.
Oh,
Yeah.
do we?
It's got to be.
Yes, 100%. I'll
Yeah.
find it for you on my favorite website, baseballsavant.com.
There's a whole corner of it on the Happer Show.
There sure is.
Interesting.
Swing take percentage, pitches. That would be Juan Soto currently leads the way.
Oh.
Because he walks so much.
Yeah,
Sure.
he has seen 1,686 pitches.
Damn, that's a lot of pitches.
Yeah, a
seen.
lot of pitches.
That's a lot of
Shout
pitches.
out to Mr. Soto.
Mr. Soto.
Soto.
Mr.
Soto.
S.
How did you find that, by the way?
Baseballsavant.com. It's the greatest website besides ZoneTV.live or 1620thezone.com.
Wow,
It's number
what
3.
a save from
Good
Connor
save.
Happer.
Oh,
What a-
that's another baseball stat.
Well,
Save.
Now that his
Eric
favorite
Gagne.
website is no longer available in the state of Nebraska.
What? What got banned?
Nice,
What did
Josh.
What did I miss?
Josh, very well played.
Thank you.
Nicely done.
That is
There's a
amazing.
certain hub of content.
If you know, you know.
Oh.
If you
okay.
know, you know.
Yeah, no, I don't like that one.
Okay.
I don't like that one. That's
Oh,
not
you have a
good
different one?
No, I don't like those. I don't like those.
Different one.
I don't do that.
Wow, I'm not going to read what Chance says on the YouTube, but oof,
Ooh.
he woke up and chose violence. Star Wars Fiend, Damon, Michael, and then Happer, top 3 worst zone takes. Wow, Michael catching strays now.
Well, is that?
Oh.
Yeah, but that's not our Michael. He doesn't spell his name that way.
Oh, is he saying Stibbs?
Oh,
It's got to be.
It's gotta
He's
be.
the only other-
Famously horrible takes.
Sounds like 3 very loved and enjoyed personalities.
Interesting. Interesting.
no, our Michael had a video that
He
had
did.
a lot of takes that people liked, I think.
Have you seen
No,
his
they
video?
didn't like it. They didn't like it because he was withholding those takes
Oh.
for a long time. He's like,
That's
where
right.
were these takes earlier?
Just for the video. I'm glad we got the video though.
Mhm.
That weird shirt.
Kind of sad that we didn't get a video before the Evan Cooper stuff, or in the post Evan Cooper world.
Everybody knew this.
Yeah,
We still got to let it go another couple weeks, right?
yeah.
Because that video. Well, I guess the video like the day that he got fired, or was it like the day after?
It was the
was
was
a
the day
Sunday.
because it was a Sunday because he was at the sports bar
Yes.
with his
Yeah.
weird shirt.
So we're due for a Michael video.
Hey, if you want to talk about worst takes, just that shirt might be the worst take of them all.
Wow.
He filled in for you, John, at one point over the last however many months, and he wore that shirt. It was great.
He did. It was,
It was back in
awesome.
March.
I'm very proud of him.
It was so good.
really swung out of his shoes on that shirt.
Mhm.
The last time he filled in on your guys' show, he was in for Josh, and he made fun of John's wife's cooking skills.
Oh yeah, he rabid. Yeah,
When he filled in for me?
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's funny.
It was kind of out of nowhere. I was like, "Whoa, that was crazy."
Yeah.
Can't remember
How'd
what
that
he-
come up?
I don't know. I don't remember.
So you had your wife's cooking?
I don't. Well, I'm sure it started with some kind of a anti-Popeyes rant by yours truly.
Oh,
And
nice.
Then Michael riding in on his white horse, saying, "I gotta save Popeyes."
Handshake meme.
Yeah.
Good
You guys
take,
handshake
Michael.
me on that one for
Oh,
sure.
yeah.
Okay. All right. We're done.
All right.
Bye, baseball.
Happer.
Baseball.
Goodbye,
It's
gentlemen.
in the top of the 8th, by the way. Bye.
Wow,
Awesome.
only one inning in the crossover today.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's What
Bring
pitch
back
clock?
the yes, exactly. Bring it back.
Bring back the pitch clock.
Mm-hmm.
All right, the Grum will get going in just a moment right here on 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Well, you were wondering, when are we going to poop on Prime again? The answer is today.
It's been a while.
Yep.
Nasty.
It's been too long.
Yep.
I would
Nasty.
say. Mm.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome to the Grum. It is Wednesday. It is a dumb debates day.
Woo!
It's wonderful to have you here with us.
It's wonderful to have you here with us, John.
I'm talking to the listeners.
I'm talking to you.
I think that's creepy.
Wow. Not allowed to talk to each other anymore?
Isn't
Well,
John the one who wants people to talk to each other over the phone now?
It's a great point, John.
Still?
You didn't call in your take.
John, what do you think after work if we started catching up on the show on your drive home? We just talked on the phone.
That sounds terrible.
It's like watching film. Let's listen to the podcast through our speakers and
You know what
that'd be cute.
You know what I don't
Dissect
do? That.
yeah.
I use my driving time to unwind and not think about the show.
Nice. I listen to podcasts at double speed.
Would you listen to our own show at double speed if you were doing that? If you were reviewing the tape?
I do.
Yeah.
Occasionally. Yeah. I was like, oh, that was a funny segment. Was it as funny as I remembered? I don't listen to our show as much as I used to. One of our old bosses was like, you should listen. It's like reviewing game film. And so I did that when I was in my 20s.
I
But
listen sometimes.
I don't do it anymore.
No, I don't. I know what I said.
It feels
I know
weird
what I
to
think.
juice our numbers like that with
Jo-
us listening.
Nice. Look at this extra podcast download.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's great.
Uh-huh.
But yes, it is a Dumb Debates Wednesday.
Oh, hell yeah.
We also have some baseball going on.
Oh,
right now.
hell no.
Hell yeah! It's the White Sox.
Good
They're
job.
winning.
Hey, the Royals. Let's go, Royals.
No, you can only pick.
Happy
Okay,
wife.
Shane.
Mister,
Happy
you like
life.
to shame the J-Skers. You can only pick one
You're
team.
baseball Shane. Pick a team.
Baseball Shane.
Mhm.
I have a Mariners hat. I don't have a Royals hat. Go Mariners. But also, go Royals.
Why?
I'm rooting against the Cardinals. Aren't you rooting for the Royals today?
Yeah, are you saying you love the Cardinals, John?
Interesting.
No, I don't
John,
love
are
the
you saying you
Cardinals.
also love racism?
I would prefer that both teams lose if they could.
Ah, interesting.
It is a nice color versus color matchup with the red versus the blue. It's
Whew. Whew. Oof. I mean, there wasn't a D at the end of that.
you two are weird.
Or
Pickle.
funny. Pickle the racist.
The Grum Down presented by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. The
Oh no,
Gundy, I got away with it.
No,
fallout.
do we have to?
There's been so many good memes to come out.
Have
of
there?
this.
I've missed the
There's
memes.
been some memes. And
These
some
are good
takes.
memes.
My favorite one was a guy in GTA 5. You can drink and then you can drive the car and everything's all like.
Oh my gosh!
And
And
they
it's
said
Mike
that was a
Gundy.
mode in the new CFB game coming up if you want to go recruit.
Wow, come on!
Good.
Mike Schafer will join us with Husker 24/7.
Can't wait to talk to Schafe in but a few minutes
Yep,
from
about
now.
15-ish minutes.
Can't wait to hear him.
The Blue Blood Chronicles,
Oh boy.
part 1869.
I'm not engaged in any of this discourse, but you're going to make me, aren't you?
Sure.
I'm gonna be forced to engage in the blue
What do you mean
blood.
force? This is like right up your alley. You're all about these big picture topics, especially when it comes to college football.
I do love big
I
picture
thought you were
topic.
of college football. I guess I was wrong.
I'm
you're
an
the one who
NFL
talks
guy
I
about it
now.
all
misread the
time.
room.
I'm an NFL guy now.
I think we've converted him into a college baseball boy.
No, you want to know what
Ooh.
I have not been
The
converted
Blue
into?
Bloods of college baseball.
Oh,
we'll
that's a
discuss
fun
coming up.
topic.
LSU, USC. Well, see, USC is the Nebraska of the discussion. Are they still a blue blood?
Mm.
And who's Auburn for some reason?
Bill Connolly triggered folks down in Kansas.
What did he do?
Yeah, we'll explain.
Okay.
Larry Scott 2.0 is taking some victory laps. And speaking of that, we'll poop on Prime.
Pooping on Prime.
Today was Prime Day
Nasty.
at the Big 12 Media Days featuring 16 teams.
I thought you were going to say featuring 1620 the zone.
Da-da-da.
Ba ba ba.
You know, they are looking for a corporate sponsor for that league. That's what we should name it, the 1620 the zone conference.
The
Da-na-na.
16-20-12.
Oh, nice, Nick. That's a great idea, John. It's a great idea.
That would be so peak college football.
Yeah, it'd be like
if they still kept the number 12 when they added the corporate sponsorship.
It'd be like attaching a number to a basket in basketball that already has a number attached to it, and you're just saying two different numbers. That's what it would be like. Can you imagine? Can you, Nick?
I can't.
You can't imagine that? Interesting. Sounds like a dystopian society that I don't want to live in.
Interesting. You brought up the loser 49ers.
I didn't even mean to.
Yeah, I got a stat today on
look
old,
at you,
poor man Sean McVay.
It's all right. You know that'll bring KD out of the woodwork. I look forward to him chiming in.
John, we're talking NFL?
Of course we are. It's freaking July, Nick. Training camp is soon.
That's true.
It's awesome.
The Josh is applying for things online in Wrestling Connection today.
No, okay.
Last week, Nick, you missed it. So during
I was here.
You were here. Okay, yeah, because instead of giving us an actual update on something about running, he just told us that you could apply for things online.
You at least could have given us a play-by-play while you were doing it.
It's like he was doing a commercial for FAFSA or something.
I did it.
Hey, don't forget, kids, get in your FAFSA.
Hard to argue with this. Very fair points. Fair points all around, boys.
It's Dumb Debates Day.
Oh.
And could we be looking at a Kamala Kawhi ticket?
Oh. Because of their case?
Yeah, well, you'll find out later.
Okay.
Find out later.
So I finally read up today. Have you read up, John, about being coconut pilled? Do you know what this is?
No.
What?
You guys don't know about being coconut pilled?
No, I don't.
Oh, well, I did the deep dive finally of why there's all these coconut memes with Kamala Harris. And I feel better for it. It was very strange.
Well, maybe you can use your portion of the Run and Wrestling Connection to talk about being coconut pilled.
Because she might be running, Nick?
Yeah, sure.
Nice. Well played.
Coconut pill?
Coconut pilled. So when you're pilled on the internet, it's like Nick is baseball pilled.
Yeah.
It's like when you get into something.
Like you're into something and yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is another bastardization of the language. Fine. Why coconuts?
She had this story one time about her mom or grandma saying, "Did you fall out of a coconut tree?" And just and I've been watching it now. I've watched 2 episodes. Very Selena Meyer from Veep of her, just like a weird thing. And so now people are using it.
I do feel like we're in the middle of an episode of Veep right now.
I'm watching that show because it gives me joy and laughter at a time when I need it in my life.
Yeah.
And my God, that show.
Are you sure you just wasn't watching another episode of MSNBC?
I might have been watching Chris Hayes again. That show is so funny, and it makes me laugh so hard.
I should watch it.
You've never seen it?
I've never seen it.
It's a really good show.
Oh my gosh.
It's a really good show.
The characters, Richard Splett, he makes me laugh. You would love it.
It's a tremendous show.
It's one of the funniest shows of the last decade.
Hell yeah.
It's so good.
I like funny shows.
But then Trump came along and it's like, whoa, you can't even satirize this anymore.
So we were watching Little Rascals last night. The 1990 movie?
Yeah.
Donald Trump is in that movie.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. You remember the kid who's kind of a D-bag? Like the main
He play Alfalfa?
Nice.
No,
nice reference.
The one who's going after Darla, the super rich snooty kid.
Yeah.
Donald Trump was his dad.
Wow.
Yeah.
Who knew?
Yeah.
Everyone always brings up Home Alone 2, but never
the Little
Rascals.
Yeah.
See, kids, once upon a time,
President T.
Once upon a time, Donald Trump was a rather popular individual.
People liked him.
I mean, people did vote for him, so he's still popular to one part of the country.
Well, but I'm just saying.
Oh, there he is.
Mass popularity.
Nasty.
Mass
Look
popularity.
at his cell phone.
Nasty. And he would be a
coherent.
popular guest on talk shows.
Yeah, remember?
Because he would say,
"You fired." Remember that meme?
He would say some.
"You fired."
He'd say some stuff that, I mean, for that time was crazy. Now today it would be
Classic
considered
Trump.
It'd be considered like normal from anybody.
Mm.
But yes,
Like what? Like what was something that he said that was weird? Like, whoa, what a wild take.
Like that time CNN was talking to him, and he was talking about his tower and how it's now the tallest tower in New York
That
City.
was pretty wild.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say like he thought that like Dan Marino's better than Joe Montana or something.
Fins
Damn,
up.
that's a wild take, bro.
Yeah.
Joe Montana has 4 Super Bowls.
Yeah.
Dan Marino 0. He went to 1 though.
People forget The Apprentice was a very popular show.
It was a hugely popular show. I don't think I watched it. I remember the whole
I watched a couple of episodes.
Yeah.
Because that was back in the early days of the reality TV craze. And then it was like, I'm getting bored of all of these.
Yeah.
Especially when you realize it's not reality. It's all still scripted.
pretend.
But why would they call it reality TV and not pretend TV?
I don't know.
Great question, Nick. Great question.
I've got no answer for you.
Mm-hmm.
402-951-1620 is the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. That's where Mike Schafer will be appearing momentarily by your mom's house.
Nice.
He's going to have an excellent phone connection today.
Oh, I hope so.
Let's
Still
see.
on the boat?
No. Oh, he's off the boat.
No, but we will have to ask him
Yes.
about if there's some responsibility for all of this happening last weekend because he was on a boat.
Yeah. We'll get into that stuff.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it.
You can also hit us up in the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620. Or you can email the Grum, John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. It's the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally. And answer the phone on the first ring. It's also the place where you can send in your dumb debates.
Hell yes.
For later in the Grum and use the hashtag dumb debates, especially if you're using the Twitter.
The Equitable Bank inbox, you mentioned that. A couple of emails real quick. Colin writes, I prefer to think of Connor as the Michelob Mantle of takes. But then John says bad Happer takes, and he gives us 5. Basketball is better than football. Drinking is canceled. Bikinis are canceled. Custom ordering a meal is wrong. Sims can't stay as bad as he is. Tough look for Happer.
Happer said bikinis should be canceled?
He canceled bikinis before the 4th of July.
Also, going back to that crossover discussion.
Oh, canceling things?
Mustache Adam asked who the Nick Castellanos of the zone is as far as their takes go.
Scoop, obviously.
Well, it's Scoop.
Yeah,
Scoop.
Scoop
Yeah.
was like, Michael Jackson will live forever. And then he died like 2 seconds later.
True.
Yeah. We should call Scoop and just get her opinion on the news of the day. What do you think about Biden? Who knows what would happen after that? You never know.
By the way, so we did the Friday show, what did we call it? The
Jan
6th in July, the topic alert show. And I did the thing where I walked around the backyard.
Yeah.
And there was that brief glimpse of the little car that was underneath our deck.
The pink car.
I had a nice listener of the Grum reach out and say,
listener's name?
Matt. And he said, we were driving back from the in-laws and listening to the pods.
Oh, nice. Thanks for
and
listening.
they heard
Radio
me mentioning the
We call him
car.
still?
And he's got 2 little boys, and he wants the car. His boys want the car.
They want the faded ass car?
What is it?
It's the Power Wheel. Remember what Power Wheels are?
I had Hot Wheels and
The Power Wheels are
like
the
a-
one you could actually drive in with the electric
Oh,
battery.
I've always wanted one of those. I never got one.
Yeah, Christian had Dale Earnhardt Jr.
You can
one.
give it to Nick instead.
Praise hell, praise Dale.
And it's been sitting under our deck for 15 years.
So you're going to give it to this listener?
Yeah.
Friend of
he's
the Grum?
picking it up today.
Oh, that's
Hell yeah.
awesome.
Yeah. And I guess they're going to repaint it because it's all faded. The stickers have worn off, blah, blah, blah. And it sounds like they're going to make a project of it.
Yeah.
I warned him. I said, the wiring, I don't have a battery for it anymore. I don't know if the wiring's any good.
Stole the battery.
But he said he wants to look
Pronto.
at it. And if he can make it work, I said, go for it.
Did it have the Budweiser decals on it, or did it just say Dale?
It just said Dale Jr. Yeah,
That's
they
what they
couldn't-
did.
Child
couldn't-
car, Nick.
They
I know.
couldn't put the Budweiser details
I had
on
a
there.
NASCAR jacket when I was a kid that just said Dale on it.
In the Budweiser font?
Yeah.
That's fun.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Yeah.
That'd be a cool sticker to
Yeah,
have.
they didn't want, because back in my day, kids would wear the Joe Camel stuff. But
Dude, yeah, same with my day, I believe. I believe people wore cigarette coats.
oh yeah, all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, they kept an eye on that in my school.
Yeah.
They were like,
But
Dale.
then not anymore.
Tobacco, bad for you. If you're listening to this and you're a child, Don't smoke.
Yeah, don't smoke.
John
Or
and I
vape.
never have smoked cigarettes.
Don't vape either, kids.
Yeah, Nick did, and
Yeah,
look at him
the
now.
vaping's
You'll end
yeah.
up looking like Nick.
You want to look like this?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want that.
No,
you want to
don't
look
want
like
that.
John or me.
Chiseled and handsome.
I don't know
Very
if you-
handsome, very chiseled.
I don't know if you want that either. Something that is happening this afternoon in western Nebraska.
Oh, what's going on in Elkhorn?
This is in
Beatrice.
I've never even heard of this town.
Kearney.
Venago.
Yeah,
Look up
never.
Venago. Venango.
Wow.
Venago, Nebraska.
You're of small town Nebraska, and you don't know another small town. in
I swear to
Nebraska?
God, I've not heard of this town before.
It's called a village on Wikipedia. It's in western Nebraska. It's right there near Colorado.
Oh, that is
yeah.
western Nebraska.
Yeah,
The-
It's basically Wyoming.
In the irony of
157
ironies,
people. Wonder who they voted for.
in the irony of ironies, the water tower has caught fire.
Oh no!
no.
Well, at least it'll get put out soon.
Well, I don't know. I got
Unless
I tweeted out the video a moment ago, and it was burning pretty good.
Is the water contaminated? Is it one of those fire on the water situations?
I'm not
No,
sure.
the song goes "Smoke on the Water," Nick.
Oh.
Dun, dun, dun. Yeah. Hopefully everyone's okay out there.
Well, I mean, yeah, there's no
Stay safe, village.
the water tower is by itself.
Stay
it's not like
safe,
there's
village.
it's not like there's
Wow.
anyone living in the water tower.
I hope not.
I mean, have you ever seen that movie with the mermaid? The mermaid lived in the water tower. in
Talking
that
about the
movie.
Little Mermaid.
No.
Oh.
I'm not familiar with
I
that.
don't remember the name of that movie, but it
Mm.
was a mermaid lived in a water tower.
I wasn't familiar with that. But
Mm.
Anyway, so there you go. That's the Grum today. Glad you could be with us. And coming up next, it's Mr. Schafer.
Mr. Schafer.
Mike Schafer of Husker 247 will get some more insight on the changing of the guard in the defensive secondary.
Guard.
With John Butler moving in for Evan Cooper.
Let's do it.
Next on 1620 The Zone.
Mike Schafer.
There's a part of me that really thinks that there's a Sasquatch.
Mike Schafer.
I think the issues here are largely football related.
Mike Schafer.
People are like, oh, the Vikings are terrible. And it's like, yeah, terrible teams always go 13-4.
Mike Schafer.
I don't feel good for anybody. All my entire life is rooting for sports teams that get as tantalizingly close as possible and then don't win.
Mike Schafer.
I have no joy in my heart for you or you or you.
Mike Schafer.
Welcome back to the Grum, and we welcome back from his brief vacation where, as per usual, when Schafer is out on a boat somewhere in the middle of nowhere, things happen in the news. Mike Schafer joins us from Husker 24/7 Sports. So where exactly were you when you heard the news of last Friday?
Yeah, I was somewhere on a boat in this would actually count. It's probably more central than western Nebraska, but central western Nebraska, out by Brady, Nebraska. There's a beautiful lake called Jeffrey Reservoir, Jeffrey Lake. I don't know which one it's actually called. It's fantastic. You don't even really feel like you're in Nebraska when you're there. And I was on a boat when I got the phone call telling me to expect, confirming officially that Evan Cooper was out and to expect the news to a release potentially could be coming soon. And then, had one bar of service. So the phone call was chopping. It felt like one of those stupid movie scenes where you're like, how realistic is this? That the person's trying to relay important information and it's being chopped up and they can barely hear it. But I was able to get the gist of it and hung up, quickly shot a text to Michael Brunts before my phone went into SOS. And then when we hit another area of the lake where service was available, my phone had blown up. It was like the 4th of July all over again.
Was it like the Pine Barrens episode where Paulie can't get a cell service and the call to Tony's keeps breaking up?
Yeah, I mean, that's basically what it was.
Yeah.
I don't know about this individual that called me being Tony Soprano, but I think there's probably a closer comparison that I'm crazy Paulie Walnuts than that person being Tony Soprano. But we'll go with it where we can. But yeah, it wasn't surprising news because I had spent the last few days kind of trying to get to the point of that phone call. And so we were pretty well prepared, but I was happy I could get the text off to Brunts to let him know before Pete Thamel came in and, released the news for everybody. So I was going to say something else there, but thought better of it.
Self-edit.
Not that breaking it even really matters in 2024, but it is one of those things where it's like you chase a story, your network's chasing the story, you're pretty well sourced on it. You're waiting for that one last piece of information to finally feel good about it. You get it. And within, I think it was probably 5 minutes of that phone call, that tweet was out. So I was able to shoot off one other text to somebody in my network who had been working on that for even longer than I had. And they were significantly more upset about things. But, it's a deal where Nebraska has a new defensive backs coach. We'll see when the announcement and everything all comes on that. I'm very curious about the conversation Matt Rule will have with us in the Nebraska media, as Evan Cooper was a really big part of his staff and I think a big part of him. That had to have been a tough decision, which tells you that there was a lot that probably went into it. But yet again, Nebraska has an assistant coach change in July, just weeks before the season starts, and how they respond to it will be really telling. And this one, even more than last year, has a chance to really sort of affect how people feel and potentially how Nebraska plays in the 2024 season.
Schafer, I thought you and BC had a really good discussion on the pod this week about Cooper and, that kind of along the lines of what you just said. And so knowing that he has been with Rule at all these stops, knowing how important he is from the talent evaluation portion of things, obviously recruiting, where does this loss show itself moving forward with him not being on the staff anymore? Where does it show itself most?
Yeah, it's going to be hard because I don't think it's going to be as Slider enters the room and shakes his head there, so everybody can know that Slider's hanging out.
Hey, Slider!
I don't know that it's the sort of loss that's going to show itself real publicly, because a lot of what he was doing was watching the film, was making the early evaluations, was making the recommendations. I mean, I would go as so far as to call him one of the architects of Nebraska's roster. I don't think there was a lot of guys that ended up at Nebraska that didn't at least go through the evaluation eyes of an Evan Cooper. And so because of that, they're going to have to replace that role. And I don't think that's what John Butler is being brought in to do necessarily. And so someone else is going to have to step up on the staff. And then the other thing is, we also, it seems like Matt Rule's been here a lot longer than one season, because there's just been a lot that has happened in the short time of November of 22 to where we are right now. We also don't know how things were going to play out for all of these Evan Cooper evaluations anyways. So this roster, there's still a lot to be said for some of the chances that they've taken. Now, some of these guys, Jalen Lloyd, for example, someone that I know he was high on, that one looks like that's a pretty big hit, for them. But how everything else goes remains to be seen. And so they have some work to do behind the scenes. The bigger thing for the team at large is how quickly can John Butler assert himself in that defensive backs room. I believe Evan Cooper was a fairly popular coach amongst the players that he worked with. He had a unique manner about him in terms of how he would speak. I always found his interviews with the Nebraska media sort of fascinating, because it felt like he was say a lot without ever really saying anything. And so I am curious, how the relationship and how all of that would change for a defensive back room that is going to need a leader, and there's some guys that had some real growth under Evan Cooper that, are hoping that they don't take a step back. And I'm thinking specifically of a Tommy Hill, who showed all of the potential in the world at the end of last season. What does a move like this mean for him? And that's not to take anything away from a guy in John Butler that resume wise far superior than Evan Cooper in terms of what he's done in his career. But that doesn't necessarily mean that he can just step in and it's a seamless transition.
Is 7 weeks-ish enough to kind of smooth over whatever rough patches there are, to the point where there's not what appears to be an obvious disruption to the play of that unit to start the season?
I think so. I mean, and the reason why is it's just one piece of the puzzle. I mean, Tony White's involved with that secondary too. The defensive coordinator, that'd be a much bigger loss if there was a job that had opened up and Tony White had left at the beginning of July. It's one thing to talk about a guy who's really involved in your evaluation and your process and procuring players. It's another to talk about the actual architect of your defense. And so Tony White's involvement as a former secondary coach, Matt Rule's involvement in this program in every facet, and the fact that John Butler is a veteran coach, I think that he can absolutely step in, and Nebraska can find themselves, in more than enough time, be able to develop those relationships, continue to move forward, and he'll have a good understanding of the pieces that he has. It's just a matter of it's kind of a position group that I don't know about you guys. You have a daily radio show. I'm sure you've discussed it plenty. The defensive back seems to be an area where the fan base is a little kind of hand-wringy, if you would, right now. And so to have your change of a position coach right there, right now, with a group that you're not entirely sure what that second cornerback spot looks like. You've got moving pieces with Sayer Wright coming in. You've got a loss in Omar Brown that's probably bigger than people realize in terms of his communication and leadership on the back end. There's just a lot of questions there. So to throw in a new position coach with 7 weeks to go before the season starts, and a Colorado game that's going to feature some of the best wide receivers they're going to face, and probably the best quarterback they're going to face all year, it's a lot. So it's not just that it's 7 weeks to go. It's how quickly can they all work together and pull in the same direction. I think having Tony White makes me feel a lot better about it, though.
Yeah, Schafer, it's funny you say that, because I was going to just bring up that point that this is a position group that we've already spent a lot of time talking about, wondering about, especially with the Hill injury happening towards the end of spring ball. Now you throw in a new coach. You mentioned the Colorado game early and just some of the challenges. Like, this was already going to be a position group with a lot of eyes on it, and now it's just got ramped up a little bit more, before the season starts.
Yeah, I mean, this is a group that there's no shortage of really intriguing players. I mean, you start with Tommy Hill, who has the potential to be a shutdown corner. You have guys like Deshaun Singleton, who was playing fantastic before he got hurt. You kind of forget about it because it seems like he's been around forever, but you have Marquise Buford back there, who's been a good player at times for you and has come up with some nice defensive plays. Zaire Wright's coming from USC. Jeremiah Charles is throwing down sick dunks in January. What that means for what Nebraska has going on in August and September, we'll find out. But they have pieces. They have some really intriguing guys. It's just a matter of how quickly it can come together. And then when you're talking about a coach like John Butler, where if you go back and you read how some of the Buffalo players talked about him, he was held in high regard. So I don't worry about his ability to connect with these players. And this is a guy who's also kind of been in a state of flux just because of how things have happened with the Bills. I mean, he's been in multiple games where they're starting 3 out of their 4 key secondary members were backups. I mean, he's had to have guys get ready to go. He's had to have the next man up mentality. I think all of that can be helpful at a position that seems to be in a little bit of a state of flux.
Mike Schafer, Husker 24/7 Sports. Going back to the talent evaluation recruiting side of the story, obviously, and as you mentioned, Cooper was very much like a right-hand man to Matt Rule. I can't at least imagine that Butler will be asked to fill every role that Cooper had for him. Do you anticipate that there might be another hire coming to fill some of those non-X's and O's things that Cooper was really good at? Or do you think there's, people on the staff that can kind of, just piecemeal and take some of those things out there that Cooper was doing and doing at a really high level?
Yeah, I think this is one of the things that Matt Rule should and will get asked when he talks about this. How do you go about sort of reassigning some of the roles that Evan Cooper had that weren't necessarily on the field stuff? And so I personally, at this point in the juncture, assume it's going to be internal. Different people are going to have to step into different roles, and it's an opportunity. That's the thing. I mean, you joke about this in politics, and I think you joke about it in Nebraska sports too. You never waste a crisis. You figure out how you can make this work for you. And as we know full well, Nebraska is well versed in crises. So crises. Yeah. So you have the opportunity to go to some other people in your recruiting department and be like, look, there's a chance for you to kind of make a name for yourself here. And there's a lot of work to be done. And we're going to have to pitch all in together, but we can do it. I don't think it has to be a woe is me mentality. And I certainly don't expect Matt Rule to take that, despite the fact that it's a loss. And I think we can be comfortable saying that it's a loss, even if Nebraska might come out ahead of what it could be on the field.
Shafe, what does it say that this announcement came down on a Friday, that they had the next name was reported, and it still is not official, right, with Butler, but
right.
that happened in such a short amount of time that, I mean, it's obvious that they were prepared. I think yesterday, like in an old staff, this would have been floating around for a while. We'd still be talking about why did the guy get fired?
Yeah, it's not only is it obvious that they were prepared. I mean, that's what I was chasing on Wednesday afternoon. I was trying to get the names of the individuals that we had heard Nebraska was interviewing, and the sort of salacious part of it for me had nothing to do with why Evan Cooper was being moved on from, but it was presented in such a fashion that they were looking for an assistant defensive backs coach because they have an opening there as well. And so then it's like, okay, I'm hearing conflicting reports. So you're trying to piece all of this together. Well, I would imagine that part of how Nebraska did it is they were looking for assistant defensive back coaches, but we're also keeping in mind the idea that they might very well need a full-time assistant coach that coaches the defensive backs. And so it's a unique situation where I think they were already interviewing under one idea, and then just for whatever reason, and maybe we'll find out, maybe we won't, had to move in a different direction, but were prepared enough to be able to do so. And then, relatively fortunate that there's a guy available with the kind of resume that has defensive coordinator on it, that is has been an NFL coach for 9 seasons, was in the Big Ten. Like it doesn't just happen. Last year when Nebraska moved on from a tight ends coach, they promoted from within with a graduate assistant who had some experience at the tight end position. But that's much more of what seems likely to happen in July when you're hiring an assistant coach than ending up with a guy who, on paper, again, has a better resume than what he's replacing.
Schafer, what's your read on David Sanders Jr. and why Nebraska vaulted into his top 4? How much did Dylan Raiola have to do with this?
I think some. I think the visit was really important. I know Nebraska was strategic about who else was there on that official visit. Caleb Benning was brought in for an official visit well after he had signed with Nebraska because he hadn't taken one yet. I don't think that's a mistake. I think that was to have someone who can kind of, just be a visit buddy, if you will, someone that can talk with a recruit and let them know what they like about Nebraska. And Caleb is a engaging guy and an intelligent guy. And I think Caleb able to connect with the Sanders. And I think the Bennings and the Sanders were able to connect too. And so I think there was some of that. Certainly, I think Nebraska's NIL operation has to be involved when you're talking about the number 3 player in the country. And when I'm looking at it today, we have new rankings that are coming out. They might be out right now, but he's the highest rated non-quarterback in the 2025 class. So this is a huge opportunity. And I think there's some comfort with Matt Rule, with the staff. I mean, again, I can't believe I'm the guy saying this since I felt like I was also the guy leading the charge in November of 22 or December of 22. Donovan Raiola has done a really nice job as well. And so he has things going well. And look, there's opportunity. If you're a tackle, Nebraska's losing Bryce Benhart after this year. Teddy Prohaska will be a senior next year. They have players. They brought in players to play offensive tackle. But if you're selling somebody like David Sanders, there's have to time for with that kind of skill set. So I think Nebraska has quite a few things going for it, but I just think they've done a lot of work and they've continued to work on the family, and they presented themselves as an option that's, unique compared to the other 3 that are on the board in Alabama, Tennessee, and Ohio State.
Hey, Schafer, you mentioned Donovan. It made me realize, we've never really unpacked the, why were we wrong about him discussion. How much of it is just circumstances of who the leader is now versus who the leader is then? A lot of people have told the story or have mentioned that after Frost got fired, Raiola was still coming to work every day. He was putting in the effort, and I know that stood out to Matt Rule. Was it just something where he needed to be with a head coach that was maybe different, or perhaps an offense that emphasizes his strengths more than the other one did with Whipple?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that you can kind of unpack here. And I think for me, as I take self-inventory for why I was so wrong on it, is I wanted to judge off of a year that was clearly careening off a cliff before the season even started. I mean, the stories you've heard about Scott Frost in the spring of 22 leading into that year was not ones that made you feel like he was even prepared to be around for 2023. So that's a tough environment for a guy like Donovan Raiola to walk into. You think about the marriage of your offensive coordinator with your head coach and how poor it was with Mark Whipple and Scott Frost. They weren't even on the same page as to what kind of offense they wanted to run. Well, that was true with the offensive coordinator and the offensive line coach as well. So then you have a line coach who's asked to coach counterintuitively of what he's trying to do with an offensive system that's going against what they're even coaching. So it's a recipe for disaster. And I also probably came down a little bit too hard on a guy who was in his first year, just in general, let alone all the other things going on. But the one thing that has been true about Donovan Raiola, even going back to the spring of 22 when he debuted at Nebraska, his players have always backed him. And I think that's always a telling thing with the coaching staff. And, there's guys, and it's whether it's recruits telling me this now or whether it's players on the roster that really believe he's a good teacher, that he has a way about him that he can show you and he can tell you and you can learn. So if you're someone that needs the physical walkthrough example, or if he can just put it up on the screen, great. If you need the verbal example, great. And I don't know that translates as well. Brian Christopherson made this point really well, I thought, in the podcast. I don't know if Donovan Raiola's public appearances to the Nebraska media or in other ways translates as well as what his appearances are in front of the team. And that's ultimately what matters. So with his position group, they liked him from day one, and they had a very rough and poor performance in 22. And that was largely, and I'm guilty of this, being held against him. However, in a follow-up year with similar players, they got a lot better. And now the recruiting is starting to take off a little bit. And the expectation is this offensive line should be pretty good. And so he's in yet another, inflection point year where we're going to have a lot of conversation about him if the offensive line doesn't play well. But I anticipate that it will. And they've moved in a greatly, just a big manner compared to where they were in 22.
Schafer saw a tweet this morning from Buster Olney that was touting Emmanuel Clase for American League Cy Young.
No.
Can a closer do it?
Shouldn't. They have. They absolutely have in the past. But they just and Clase has been fantastic, but it's just not the same. To me, the innings are what matters with a starting pitcher. Like I don't like it when the Blake Snells of the world are winning Cy Youngs for throwing 5 innings and leaving a game when there's still 4 innings left to go. And yeah, they were dominant in those 5 innings. But the idea to me is the best pitchers are the ones that are effective deeper into games. Those are the guys that really truly deserve, the Cy Young candidacy. And a 1-inning pitcher, and to my knowledge, Clase has not thrown 2 innings in a game this year. They've largely kept him to just 1-inning appearances.
He's got 44 games, 43 and a third inning, so he's averaging less than an inning appearance.
Right. And so because of that, there's no justification for it. Even as good as he's been, I can never understand voting for a closer for Cy Young.
Josh,
that's the award for the best pitcher in baseball, Josh.
Yeah, I liked Eric Gagne. He was a great closer. Remember his hat?
Yeah. I can see you voting for Eric Gagne.
He was awesome, man. He had that great streak of scoreless innings.
Yeah, I'm sure he was significantly less valuable than multiple starting pitchers in the 2003 season.
He was awesome. He was really good. But man, then
it was a cool story. It was great.
Yeah. Sorry that I like stories.
Man of the year. Just give him that.
I'm just trying to reach out across the aisle and say something good about baseball, and then you guys have to poo-poo me. You know what? I'm going to stick to football.
That's probably better for everybody. Probably. The listeners.
Is it?
Yeah, if you want some laughs, it's not.
You never responded to my Cowboys tweet the other day. You just ignored it.
Oh, yeah, I didn't really feel like discussing it. I thought about making fun of the Vikings, but I decided not to.
Did it cut you a little too deep on that one?
I'm not excited that Zeke Elliott's back on the team. I wanted him gone like 5 years ago, and now he's back. And did you guys know this? They're basically paying him double. He still has like the dead cap hit from the previous contract, and now the new contract. It's
just good work if you can get it. He's like a retread. He's a retread college coach that just keeps latching on somewhere.
This should be a cautionary tale that people who are above 80 years old and are obviously losing their faculties should probably be gently nudged to the side in favor of younger, maybe just more with it leadership.
Interesting.
John Bishop for Stephen Jones.
And he's old. It's not like he's a young spry boy.
Exactly. He's like, isn't he 60?
He's old. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you want the grandson to take over? What are you looking for here?
No, I don't. I don't know.
Oh, you mean there's a Hunter Jones? Sorry, a Baron Jones.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Both sides.
Schafer, thank you much. Great insight as always. And we'll talk to you next week.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
Bye,
That's
Schafer.
Mike Schafer of Husker 24/7. We will continue in a little bit on 6.
Low chance of a shower or storm through your Wednesday evening as temperatures sit in the 80s. Clear overnight tonight starting tomorrow in the 60s, but warming considerably with lots of sunshine to the upper 80s. Tomorrow's the day you're going to want the sunscreen. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV Newswatch 7.
Success in today's electrical market requires your company to be able to adjust to an ever-changing field. A partnership with IBEW Local 22 gives you that flexibility with access to journeymen, apprentices, proven training programs, marketing assistance, entry into markets not available before, ability to expand and contract with changing market conditions, and a benefits package for you and your employees. Contact Bob at IBEW Local 22 for additional details at 402-980-7596.
She posted about us just now.
Celebrities can't get enough of Biana's bespoke skincare line.
She has 147 million followers. How do we monetize?
She needs a social media associate to help her with the hype.
We should repost this. Do we need a hashtag?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
The 1620, The Zone.
just wanted to make up for cutting me off at the end of the
Can
last
you
segment
believe
by
that?
delaying the start of the NIL today in this segment.
Yeah. I don't know why he decided to turn your microphone off.
Yeah,
he
it was
literally
just-
never turns on or off our microphones, but in that specific moment, he's like,
Yeah.
I'm just going to cut this off a little short.
I just had a bit of a trigger finger, you know?
Yeah,
it
and then
happened.
you didn't have a trigger finger this time.
I know.
Unreal, Nick.
I need to get my act together.
Yeah, you do.
I
Well,
apologize.
friends, we have some new news this afternoon.
That is what news is.
This would be if we were one of the cable noise channels or ESPN, it'd be under the banner developing.
Nice.
It's not really a breaking story.
It's breaking.
I don't like the use of the word breaking if it's not like urgent.
This is urgent for some.
This is no. If this is urgent for anybody, you need urgent help.
Urgent care.
But it is developing news because it is probably of interest to some people who have an extra $25 just
Look at what Nick just did. Look at our director of video.
burning a hole in their pocket.
Nice
Developing
work.
news.
Nice work.
I'm here.
All right, Johnson, what's going on?
Nebraska
Yeah.
is going to have a public football practice.
A
this fall.
public practice?
Yes, on August the 3rd,
Oh.
a Saturday night,
Oh!
with the proceeds going to support 1890.
Proceeds. So, like, if you go and buy popcorn or a can of Mountain Dew, those types of proceeds, right? Because it's a practice. It'll be
Well, I don't
free to get
know.
into,
I
right?
don't know if they're going to have concessions. Maybe they will have concessions.
They
I
better, John.
I mean, it would
I
make
need my
sense.
sody pop.
But no, they're selling tickets to the practice.
Selling tickets. Oh, those are probably going to be, what, $5? Spring game, I think, is $10.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it'll be about $5-10. That's not bad. What is it, John?
Tickets for the event will be $25.
Gah! That's so many dollars.
That's $25 per person to go watch what they're calling the Big Red Preview, an evening practice that will be Saturday, August 3rd inside the stadium. So there you go. If you want to go see a practice.
John, can we promise that you will be there?
No, you cannot promise me.
How come?
Or I can't promise anyone.
How come?
Because it would be hard to get me there if I just got in for free.
Oh?
I'm not big into spending time at practice.
Oh.
If I don't have to.
Oh. Vince writes, will alcohol be sold?
I have not.
Can we tailgate?
If you can find a place to do it.
Oh, does this ticket, is it tax exempt?
Well, I mean, if it's going to $18.90, it's
$25. It's tax. Take that
contributions may be tax deductible.
Let's go deduct this from my taxes.
I mean, praise the Lord, because nothing screams a tax deduction more than paying college kids to entertain me.
Yeah,
it's a perfect. It was what the tax code was meant for.
It really was, being able to help out
Tax
1890.
Code. Have a military, build roads, fund schools,
1890,
and then paying kids to play college football.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the tax code.
Not
is
even
for.
play college football, to practice college football.
Well, in this
playing
case, it's practice college football.
Some comments. Chance writes, would John attend a Creighton practice?
Well, I have. I have.
Hmm.
I also have never paid. I've also never paid for one.
Fair point. Hard to argue with that.
Never paid for one.
Chance also asks, big practice overreaction live from the stadium. You do live in Lincoln. Nick, director of video.
I will be unavailable.
With your first role as director of video, I want you to make John go and do a live hit on the field.
John.
There we go.
Husker public practice vlog?
There we go.
I won't be available.
You can get a media pass. You don't have to pay. You
could get a media
You are
pass.
of the media.
John,
it doesn't say It doesn't say anything here about making it available.
Oh,
to
the media will be allowed. People love the media.
The media is
2024.
also
Everyone
public.
loves the media.
The public includes the media, does it not?
KD writes, time to raise our property taxes to support 1890. Am I right? Yeah, indeed. Raise the taxes. Raise everything.
Yeah.
John emails in. At $25 per ticket, the crowd will not be that large. Should easily be able to sell alcohol. I did ask a question on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. Give me an over-under on the number of fans in attendance. Dave Fight says at $25 a ticket in the heat of August, 10,000. I would take the under. Let's see, a lot of alcohol
I
questions.
would definitely not set the total that high. No.
Ben writes 7 million.
Ben might be one beer Fridaying a couple of days early.
Jackie writes 10,000. Jobin writes 2,500, and Todd says 17,000.
Yeah, it's not getting to 5 figures.
Not getting to 5 figures.
No, not getting to 5
I think I disagree with you, man. A night practice, and people love supporting Nebraska. They love this crap.
Okay, they do, but it's a Saturday night. It is
a great night for
in the middle
football.
of summer. Some people might be out of town that day. Plus, you got to deal with the typical Lincoln stuff of parking and all that other. I mean,
over 10,000. Put it on the list.
Under.
No way. Dude.
Definitely taking the under on that.
And I say this
definitely
not as a negative.
Under.
There's so many dorks in this fan base that would love to go.
There's dorks in every fan base,
and there's a ton of dorks in this one.
Yeah, and a lot of them don't live in Lincoln,
but a lot of them do. People come from Omaha.
You think
10,000? That's not that many.
First of all, I will
12,000 says Aaron
warn you right now. I will warn you right now.
Warn me.
You're not going to get. I mean, they'll practice, but it's not. Trust me.
Hey, you're preaching to the choir here.
You're not going to get any state secrets here,
dude. You're preaching to the choir.
Basically, what I'm trying to say.
You're trying to tell people not to go. You're using your own brain.
I'm telling them why I wouldn't go.
See, but yeah, that's the thing. You're using John brain. You have to use.
That's too much brain to use. Is that what you're implying?
You're trying to John pill people when people don't want to be John pill.
Yeah, let them be Husker pill, John.
I don't like this new
terminology. They're rule pilled.
They're rule pilled, John.
No, you know what they are? They're support pilled. They love supporting. They love doing dumb things. Not dumb. They love doing weird things that I wouldn't do, but I once did. I used to love going to practices for no reason.
I'm definitely taking the under at 10,000.
Katie says put it on the list. Well, time to get out the list and get out the eggs. Not the secret list. This is the public list.
They're probably, I mean, will they actually announce the numbers?
Sam McEwen will count.
I don't think Sam will be counting.
Yes, he will. Harold, people love counting things.
You think Sam McEwen, who has an opportunity to watch a full practice.
He'll tell someone to count. He'll say, somebody count. And they'll count. Well, first of all, they'll ask, hey, are you going to tell us what the attendance numbers are? And if Nebraska says yes, then they'll say, well, we don't need to count anymore. But if they say no, then the papers will do their own counting. Luke Mullen, time to start counting guys.
Okay.
And gals. See, you're thinking too much with your brain.
But I also know that it's not just a guarantee that people are just going to put down everything on a summer Saturday.
Not putting it down. It's a month away. Plenty of time to plan.
I don't know if a lot of people are going to be planning for this either.
I think that
the
you are wrong.
The spring game is one thing because it actually comes off as fake as it is a game.
Yeah.
This is a practice.
Yeah, but it helps 1890. So what you lose in game, you gain in supporting the program.
Oh, you mean the same 1890 that has the same reservoir of money as programs like Washington?
That is the exact same one, John. I'm not saying that I think it's right. I'm just saying I think that's what's going to happen.
Or wrong. I think you're overestimating how many people will be interested at $25.
Noted Wisconsin fan Kyle says, wait a second, John hating football? Weird. Why should he go to practice if he won't even watch them on TV? This is a fun new bit. John hating football. I think it's a fun new bit.
No, I hate that people think football has to exist all year round.
You don't like those of us who have been football pilled? John.
I'm hoping you all get run over by a truck tonight.
Oh, you want us to be truck pilled?
God, this is the dumbest thing. This is...
What? This is what? Say what you want to say.
This is why we have two 90-year-olds running for president.
No, this is why.
Even Drool Cup Joe doesn't talk about things being pilled.
He can't talk.
By the way, did you hear what he was mistaken to have possibly said?
On the radio?
No, at a speech.
I don't know.
I'll play it for you during the break.
Okay.
I would like to play it for our audience.
Oh, no.
But it may be...
A slur?
No.
Oh, okay.
It may be too risque.
Mm.
I'll let you decide. I'll play it for you during the break.
Perfect. John writes in, Katie can go pound sand. My property taxes went up 20% this year. I'm not paying more to give Davison my money. Now listeners are sniping with listeners.
I mean,
by the way,
keep in mind that property taxes aren't related to the taxes you get exempted for sales tax, income tax, and the like. But I get your point. I get your frustration. I feel your pain.
Ian texts into the Grum. I didn't go to games my last 2 years as a student, and I would have walked up from the North Bottoms on a Saturday night if this happened in college. 10,000 plus easy.
At $25 a head, no, it's not happening.
It's gonna.
Not happen.
I was almost going to say it's
Keep in mind that
packed,
most of the kids haven't even moved into school yet by August 3rd.
That's true. College has not started unless it's the.
Also, the college kids can't afford the $25. They'd rather spend the $25 drinking downtown.
Yeah, as they should. That's what a college kid should do.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Stibbs.
What is my max? What's
your actual?
I mean, the first number I had in my head was 1,500.
No way. Way more than that. Oh, there'll be that many media members.
That doesn't count.
Should we all put our predictions?
All right,
on the list?
I can get the list back open. This is like when we did the Thomas Fedoni prediction.
I don't think we're going to get an actual.
It's fine. You can still predict it though.
Yeah.
All right. So John says 1,500. Is that what you're saying?
Bump it up to 2,000.
2,000. There will be 2,000. Nick?
John took mine. Give me 25.
2,500?
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. There we go.
And Josh is going for 78,000.
There will be no, just more than 10,000. More than 10. There will be, what was it, 2,500?
If there's more than 10,000, then I'm definitely going to invest in some straitjackets for all of you.
Well, you know what, John? People love their skurs. They love their skurs. Whoa, is it what Josh just wrote on YouTube that Biden might have said about someone's wife?
Again, I'll play it for
Oh
you.
my gosh, I cannot wait to hear this.
Oh, boy.
Was he talking to President T?
I'll play it for you.
These guys suck.
Again, I can't play it for all of
Let
you
me golf.
out there.
Let me golf you. Let me
Look
get
it
your
up.
wife.
It's everywhere.
I got what a 6 handicap.
Wow.
Star Wars Fiend wants to know at the Husker paid practice, will they honor the Jack Mitchell softball experience during the water break?
The biggest losers this town has ever seen. Got him.
They might.
Mm.
They might.
Alan points out it's at night, so might be fine. Still hot, but not in the sun. Great point. Plus, the team will be on the west sideline now. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
They're going to practice on the whole field.
Yeah, but the team will probably stay on the left sideline or the west sideline. You're right, though. You're probably right.
They're using the whole field.
You're probably right.
I don't think the weather would be. I mean, the weather can always be a deterrent. I just don't think that many people will pay $25 to go watch practice.
Jed writes, no one should go there? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. And then it's a little character going, yeah, Jed will be there.
Well, but Jed's sick.
As are a lot of the fans in the fan base.
There are a lot of people desperate for Husker football.
That's true. We love football. Thank you for reminding me.
Jumping at
Remember,
it like
this
a puppy.
isn't football. This is football
John,
practice.
2,500
people. It's also a practice that's not going to reveal a whole lot.
People go to 1,500 people go to training camp practices in the NFL. How is this any different?
In my journey of being of baseball,
yeah,
I caught
you
myself.
become baseball pilled.
I have. I've caught myself listening to spring training games on the radio. John.
Sicko pilled.
What does that have to do with this conversation?
It means if I, and I'm sure many other people, listen to spring training games because they want baseball so bad, they're going to go to a live football practice because they want Nebraska football so bad.
John writes, does John think the show has been dumb-pilled today by this topic?
Everything about this is dumb.
Name this segment Practice Pilled or something like that.
I will.
Nice.
That'll definitely help.
Developing news
Is
pills.
Brian still there?
Brian?
Yeah.
The Brian man of the group.
What's up, Brian?
How are you guys?
Fine, Brian.
Good. Okay, so here's I called last year.
Last year?
You're following up on last year's call?
We're doing a callback.
Yeah, we're doing a callback because you guys, well, most of you, I don't know who all, but it was just a foregone conclusion we beat Colorado this year. And
oh, so you've come for your
or
receipt.
last year.
Brian, are you still triggered at us last year for picking Nebraska to beat Colorado?
Well, shit, you guys act like we're just going to run over them this year, too.
We haven't even really mentioned much about running over
Well,
Colorado.
I just get maybe not you, maybe not this show, but it just seems like the fan base just seems like, why is it that, man, is it me? It just seems like the fan base just assumes we're going to win that game. I guess they assume.
Brian, I think
they're going to win the game.
I think Nebraska will win the game.
I hope you're right. But we thought that last year. Did you see the game?
Brian, why are you, like so many Husker fans, like weirdly antagonistic about people thinking Nebraska is going to win the Colorado game?
Why would you get on the radio and just assume that? I mean, I said,
I'm not assuming it. I'm picking it to happen. I think it will happen.
Okay. Brian, are you also going to be mad if I tell you I think they're going to win the UTEP game?
I'm not talking about the UTEP game.
I know. I was just asking.
Yeah.
Are you a Husker fan or a Colorado fan? I'm just asking.
No, I'm a Husker fan.
Okay.
I don't know.
But Josh asked a very good question.
Yeah, why does it bother? There's a lot of fans out there like Brian who seem to be bothered by the expectation of winning that game.
Not bothered.
Dude, you've been on hold for like an hour. You wanted to talk about this. You wanted to get something off your chest. Would you prefer that we just kind of sit back and go, well, gosh, I hope we just play well that night?
Here's where I'm going.
Okay.
You guys just get in there and talk all kinds of smack about how they suck, they're not any good.
They were 4-8.
I mean, they weren't very good. I know Nebraska wasn't either.
Either were we. So,
yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
I mean,
good call, Brian.
Thank you, Brian.
That's just my take. All right.
All right. Thank you, Brian.
YouTube user, I'll have what he's having.
Listen, Brian will not be at the $25 practice.
He has not been. He's been prime pilled.
We all just got Brian pilled.
Oh, this is all terrible.
That was great. That was awesome.
Thank
I'm
you,
happy
Brian.
that he waited on hold for that call.
I am too.
Brian, you're the best.
DC, would Brian get mad if I assumed that he was calling in hammered at 3:30 in the afternoon? Yeah, that dude sounded ripped. I texted I just got good call, Brian. It's nice. We haven't had a call like that in a while. It's good to get one of those weird calls. I don't understand the Husker fans that are mad at us for thinking they're going to win the Colorado game. He's not an outlier.
No, he's
There's
not.
some fans that are really upset by
very
that.
Common sentiment.
It is. Yeah. It's not like we're talking about the Ohio State game, for crying out loud. Let's pump the damn brakes on Colorado. I get it.
Pills.
They've won the last 3 matchups against Nebraska. Big whoopty frickin' do.
Mm-hmm.
That and $1.35 will get you a soda out of our pop machine. I think they're going to win the game.
It's got a text. Wow, that dude was wasted. Did he think it was Big Red overreaction? Yeah, maybe he's just pre-gaming for the game in September.
Which, by the way, we're charging $25 for pre-overreaction.
Yes.
Practice overreaction. If you want to hear practice overreaction, it's $25. With all the proceeds going to 1971.
John,
my collective.
Thank you for that great content idea.
What's that?
Yes, but all the proceeds go to 1971. My collective.
Nice. Jack Mitchell has opined. See, he loves this because now he can get on his soapbox. Self-loathing at its finest. Thanks, Brian. See, now this is going to lead into a Jack rant.
Yeah.
You need to hate the team, the other team.
Jack, give it a week for that rant, okay? Let it stew.
Yeah, save it up for Monday.
We will continue with more, including, if you thought that wasn't enough, blue blood conversation and something that will trigger Josh and I.
Oh, both of us together?
About college football next on 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grim for Circa Sports Iowa. We had the Twins-White Sox game on in the studio earlier, and the White Sox actually won a game. You could win too with the Circa Sports Iowa app. There are many games happening tonight that you can win with. Tight money line splits means other apps with similar lines just can't compete with the Circa Sports Iowa app. The White Sox and Twins play again in less than an hour from now, actually. And guess what? The White Sox are plus 178. If you think they can pull it off again, might be worth looking into. They also offer in-game lines for all of these games as well. You can feel like you're in the action with these lines that update every single break. And looking ahead to football season, Circa Sports also has a couple of contests happening right now in Circa Million 6 and Circa Survivor. Details for both of those are at circasports.com. $16 million in total prizes between those, by the way. What are you waiting for? Go ahead and download your new sportsbook today anywhere in the state of Iowa. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Some responses to the Brian phone call. Max writes, an intoxicated doom and gloom Husker fan arguing with radio hosts at 3:30 in the afternoon. Average 11 a.m. kickoff all Saturday. Just gets you excited.
That's another part I don't miss, but please continue.
Aaron in Papillion writes, did you all record your volleyball day attendance number predictions? Not saying it will be that, but if they make it an event, people will show. Yeah, our initial predictions on that were way off. I think I said 40,000, and obviously it ended up being what it was. John, you got it. You guys want to change your tune?
Anyone trying to compare this to volleyball day? Come on.
Volleyball day was way different.
Let's
No,
get real.
no, he's not saying that. It's more people will get excited for it in a way that you probably aren't seeing coming right now.
Again, it's a practice, and I don't.
People love supporting 1890, though.
I think people will.
Do they?
Well, if the money goes into the pocket of the players, they do.
I don't listen. Whatever motivation there is for this, I think you can list off the different reasons why people will go. 1890 would be close to the bottom of the reasons.
No
why
way.
Yes.
No way.
Yes.
Not if you have to spend $25. The money going into the pockets of players, people love
the
putting
main motivation is
you get to
for
see
the football
team.
brain.
Yeah, you get to see the
They
team.
want to see. They want to just see the football.
Your football
team.
People want to see Dylan.
They want to see Dylan.
See,
John, have you forgotten about Dylan?
But that's what I'm. But if you think that the motivation is that, I get. I mean, if you're that motivated by 1890, you'll give them the damn money anyway.
No, I'm just saying
with or
it's like
without the practice.
like
So
a-
that's not. And I'm not. By the way, in all of this commentary, I'm not saying this is a stupid idea because other schools are doing it.
No,
too.
John's saying you're stupid if you go.
I'm not even saying
You're
that.
stupid-pilled.
I'm just saying I think that more. I think people will have other things to do, and I don't
what?
think the appeal of going to a practice is as great as some do. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. So what? But that's not
It's very
the
on brand
point.
for you if you are.
Doesn't happen very often, so enjoy
Interesting.
it while it lasts.
I don't.
But
think,
the whole I'm giving the money to 1890. That is last on the list of reasons why people are going to do this, if they're going to do this.
I don't think that people aren't excited to go. I think people are going to be stoked to go. But
Just
I
say the
think
big
I think my prediction is a good prediction.
Nah.
I don't think that many people are going to go.
No. You guys are underestimating the level of fervor that this fan base has to go to random things. People love going to Friday Night Lights would get 2,000 fans. Friday Night Lights.
And
Now,
this
that
is
was-
kind of, and this is kind of,
But this is the actual team.
this is kind of in that same vein.
This is the actual team, though, with helmets and everything. Thudding. There will be thudding.
People like thudding.
People love thudding.
Thud-pilled.
Anywho, yesterday late in the show, we played you the audio of Mike Gundy. You still have
yes.
that? You still have that video in the link there? Can you call that up?
Yeah, give me a sec.
Yeah, it was from yesterday when I sent you the DM. So Mike Gundy was talking about Ollie Gordon, his star running back, defending Doak Walker winner, who was caught reckless driving, got a DUI just a couple of weeks ago. Decided to take him to
media days. Yeah.
Which is a very interesting move. I can't think of another player who is facing that recent and off-field transgression
Yeah.
that many teams or coaches would voluntarily take with them to a media days.
Yeah, and his argument, I mean, I do think in a way it's kind of sound, right? Where it's you have to come to this and you have to face the music. You're going to get questions about it and you have to answer them. Look, there is also a reward of going to media days. They're in Vegas. You're at a nice hotel. You're probably getting free food, all of these things. But facing the music, I'll hear you out there, even if it's a reward to get to go to Vegas too.
You have it. Here's how Gundy was trying to explain away Ollie Gordon's actions.
Like in Oklahoma is 0.08 and Ollie was 0.1. So I looked it up and it was based on body weight. Not to get into the legal side of it, but I thought really 2 or 3 beers or 4. I'm not justifying what Ollie did. I'm telling you what decision I made. Well, I thought I've probably done that 1,000 times in my life. And I, it's just fine. So I got lucky. People get lucky. Ollie made a decision that he wished he could have done better. But when I talked to Ollie, I told him, I said, you're lucky you got out light because you make a lot of money to play football. So I looked it up on my phone.
Oh,
that's
so,
yeah.
so that's the end of it. But it's that last bit. We didn't really get into the last bit. And so here's a little bit more. We don't have the audio, but I'll read from it because this was Gundy as he was still talking out this whole
situation
spiel. Yeah. We can say these guys aren't employees, but they're really employees. These guys get paid a lot of money, which is fine, but there needs to be a side to what they do that they have to be able to, for lack of a better term, face the music and own up to things. So he's
literally what I just said. Yeah.
Well, but he's basically he's now using
their employees,
the fact that they're getting paid, which, as we know, that's been a difficult thing for the Mike Gundys of the world to wrap their arms around.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a lot of them say the right things, but then they kind of hint
behind the scenes.
They kind of hint at the craziness of it all because it's added to their headache platter, if you will.
Yeah.
And some of them being ex-football players who didn't get paid. There's probably a little jealousy in there as well.
Oh yeah.
But he's using the idea that, well, now that they're getting paid, here's the behavior. They got to deal with it.
Yeah.
To which I would say that part doesn't matter.
No.
Because, and again, it may have not been commensurate with what they were given, but they have been paid before. The college education was a payment of sorts. Now, again, wasn't commensurate with how much they were making for the school, which is why some of this stuff is fine with me. But to say that, well, now that they're getting money, now they have to, defend their actions or answer for their actions. No, they should have always had to answer for their actions and be responsible. And so in a weird way, this is like Gundy's punishment for Ollie Gordon and he's not going to be suspended for a game, by the way.
Correct. Which
I disagree with.
So you know what? I was thinking about it, and speaking of players getting paid, if a guy in the NFL gets a DUI in the offseason, he doesn't miss time, does he? Players don't miss time for that.
I don't believe so. I don't believe it's part of the code of conduct.
Yeah, exactly. So it's up to the coach. And so is this just more of the professionalization of college sports where this happens? You have to answer to your actions, certainly, and you have to deal with whatever you have to deal with from the legality component of it. But once you're on the field, you're on the field. It seems like that's how he's handling it.
Yeah.
And he did follow up. I know we talked about it yesterday. We had a quote, I believe it was from Mandel, Stuart Mandel, where he said that he was talking about everything. And it's funny because hearing it again, he's just it's this long answer, and so I still hear it as him talking about I've done that 1,000 times.
Yes,
he's driven after however many beers 1,000 times. But the thing that also I still note, like I did yesterday, it's not a punchline. When you first read that quote to me off the air yesterday, I thought it was a punchline. Well, I've done that 1,000 times. And then he was going to pause for laughter. It's not that way. So I guess I can hear him out a little bit in that regard, but I don't know.
It's another one of those avenues where he didn't have to go. He didn't have to go there.
Yeah.
He could have just said, hey, Ollie made a mistake. Here's how we're going to handle it. But instead, he kind of tries to explain it away.
Yeah.
And by doing that, in my opinion, it does try to lessen the crime.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure that's the right way to go either. Now, I'm not going to go as far as the folks like Dan Wolken who are saying.
What did he say?
Well, I'll read. He said, this, of course, is an insane thing for someone to say. It's an especially insane thing, and in some places, a potentially fireable thing for a college football coach to say.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far.
I wouldn't.
Because, again, I listened to the clip. I hear it multiple times. This is not a joke. He's not joking about it. If you're upset with him about, like, again, the punishment or lack thereof, that's fine. But I feel like it's two different conversations. Yeah. And maybe I'm giving the guy too much grace for what he said. But we've listened to it now multiple times. I've heard this clip now 3 or 4 times.
Mm-hmm.
I never listened to it thinking that he is trying to have fun with the situation.
Yeah.
But maybe I'm the idiot.
Possibly.
Maybe I'm Gundy pilled.
I haven't seen John get this triggered over a word in a long time.
It's so dumb. This is what I deal with.
Hilarity.
You're welcome.
I wouldn't call it hilarity.
We're keeping you young, John. We're making you
laugh.
No,
it's aging me by the second.
You can run for president.
Oh, President B.
I've been able to run for president for quite a while.
No. You're a Gen Xer, where they don't allow those yet.
Also, you're still too young.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
You have to
I think the new minimum age is 75.
You have to add your current age plus Nick's age, and then maybe you're old enough.
So you know that scene in Raiders of the Lost Ark where that
guy's face melts?
That guy's no, not Raiders. The other one, the Holy Grail. The
Holy Grail, Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
No, the
last one, the Last Crusade.
The Last Crusade. Thank you.
Yeah.
My gosh.
Yeah.
Where the guy took a drink of the wrong cup and then he got all old really quick. You got to do a freeze frame of that scene, and then that's what you can look like to be the president.
Nice.
That
Long
was a
road to
very
get there.
long-winded way of just saying, you need to be really old.
Yeah, it would have been better if I remembered the Last Crusade.
If you would have remembered a lot.
Yeah.
Who's the old one now?
Kind of went around the elbow to reach your wrist on that one.
I did forgetful pilled.
I've never heard that. Nice. I've never heard that before. Is that a phrase?
Yeah, it's a phrase.
I like that phrase.
Yeah.
What was it?
Reach around your elbow to reach your wrist.
Oh. Can't do it.
Yeah, it's difficult and it's stupid.
1620 the zone. Well, this conversation got fired up this week. And, I mean, I guess this could have been a leftover topic alert.
Topic alert!
Because
topic pills.
Nothing screams summer radio like the blue blood conversation.
Yeah, yes. Spot on, John.
Yeah.
Spot on.
But it was rekindled by Andy Staples of On3.com, who...
Former friend of the Grum, who always didn't respond to our texts.
Yeah. But he tweeted out earlier this week a graphic, and these are the programs he considers the blue bloods of college football, plus the list of those who just missed out. They're like in the outside of the gated community.
The missing the cut boys.
Yeah. The blue bloods, as determined by Andy Staples, are Alabama, Ohio State, Oklahoma, Michigan, Georgia, Notre Dame, Texas, USC, and Penn State.
Do we have any in Georgia?
Georgia doesn't belong.
And
this, and again, in my opinion, when you talk blue bloods, you're talking historic.
Yeah.
The problem with these conversations is they get overwhelmed with recency bias.
And Penn State is interesting because if you are someone who doesn't think Nebraska belongs on there, Penn State could also be in that same exact conversation. Because they haven't won a title since the 80s.
I would put Penn State in them
You would?
more than Georgia. Penn State would be in the line. Whatever the line is, Penn State would be in.
There anybody else in the list? I'm kind of surprised that Florida State's not on there.
Well, in the list of contenders, because this is where the real controversy was, at least with some folks around here and others. The contenders list was Florida State, LSU, Clemson, Nebraska, Miami, Florida, Auburn, Tennessee, and Oregon. And that's where the conversation begins. There was a tweet. I have blacked out the name of the tweeter because
how come?
I believe they are an engagement farmer.
Okay.
They're one of those people that gets the blue check and then tries to monetize
like a
all of it.
retweet.
So I didn't want to publicize.
You didn't want to engage.
No.
You didn't want to go to this farm. John supports the 1890.
But
farm.
it is an Oregon fan.
Okay.
Who wrote, "At what point do we, as the Blue Blood committee members, decide to vote to kick Nebraska out?"
Nice.
I mean, this was number one. First of all, he didn't understand the process because his school wasn't in the Blue Bloods. They were just in the contenders.
Sure.
So they wouldn't be part of any committee.
No.
And then obviously going after an easy target of people that love to respond to things online.
And we're the ones engaging with it on the radio.
More than they love to pay $25 to see a practice.
Wrong.
Nebraska fans love to engage in arguments online.
Oh, they do like to do that. They're huge fans of
Argue pilled.
But, yeah, no. Oregon has as much business being on this list as...
They haven't won a national title.
No, they
So it's
haven't.
For me, it's like an easy, that's stupid to have them on there.
They're literally the only program
on the list that doesn't
have a national championship.
Yeah.
This is a classic example of recency bias.
Real quick, if Georgia's a blue blood, why is Clemson not a blue blood? I don't understand Florida State not being one. Nebraska, in my opinion, is not a blue blood anymore. But I know that that people disagree with me on this point.
Yeah.
I know that people disagree with me on this point.
Well, I mean, and
Josh writes, I don't care about the changing landscape of football over the past 20 years, the mega conferences, etc. Blue bloods don't go a quarter century without a single conference championship. That's where I am. They haven't won a conference title in so long.
I will hear that argument.
And they also haven't had a season above 500 since the Obama administration. It's been a while.
President O.
Yeah, President O. Thanks, Obama.
I will hear that, but I also will not discredit the fact that for a long time, Nebraska was truly one of the best, if not the best, overall program in college football.
They were.
This
it's not
was a
those
graphic
days anymore, though.
that came out from On3 a week ago. And this is a graphic of most weeks spent at number one. So in the AP poll history, most weeks spent at number one. It won't surprise anybody that Alabama leads with 140 weeks at number one. Ohio State, 105. Oklahoma 101, Notre Dame 98, USC 91, Florida State 72, and coming in at number 7, Nebraska at 70. And oh, by the way, Nebraska is the one team on here that has the longest time between appearances.
Yes.
They haven't been a number 1 ranked team in the AP since the year 2000. But from 1965 to 2000, they appeared 70 times as the number 1 team in the country. I mean, it's a very long term of success.
Sure.
And when you look at Georgia, 51 times appearing at number 1. I bet it's close to half of those have happened just in the last 3 years.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
So again, a recency bias. People, I think sometimes we get crippled by recency bias, which is why Georgia's getting into this conversation. I'm not saying Georgia doesn't belong. They belong in the discussion, but when it comes down to draft day, no.
So do you think Nebraska is?
No, I don't. For the reasons that were brought up earlier.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's just been so long.
It's just
old blood.
Sadly, it's gone too long without any decent success.
And that's the problem. It's not even that they haven't won a natty. It's that they haven't won the conference.
But, I mean, the argument is still there. I mean, all these weeks ranked at number 1. There was all-time AP poll appearance. Nebraska's number 4 all-time.
Which it just, man, it just shows.
Which, again, just shows how great and how consistent that they have been.
That they were. That they had been.
They have
back
been.
in the old days.
Yeah.
Right. But I mean, if you want to, let's say I'm gonna pick nits with you for just a minute.
Okay.
Yes, Nebraska hasn't had a great run here in the last quarter century. Notre Dame hasn't won a title since '88.
100%.
No one would be silly enough to argue that Notre Dame's not a blue blood.
No, but their history goes back further, and they've also made the playoff multiple times, and they made a national championship game too.
I mean, their history goes back. And also keep in mind, if this conversation had happened 20 years ago, this conversation's happening 20 years ago.
In 2004.
Nebraska's in.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Because they'd only been 7 years off of the gravy train.
But Nebraska also went 2 decades without doing anything in the 40s and 50s.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but don't for a lot of people, and are you turning my Notre Dame argument on me?
Well, what I'm saying is every program, for the most part, has had some lulls.
Yeah, except for Ohio State.
And so I guess my Nebraska
Dry
argument
spell.
would be, just because the lull is happening now, does that discredit them from what they've accomplished historically? I mean, because if everyone's gone through some lulls, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why aren't those being discredited too? So in a way, I'm saying there's recency bias involved here that, well, just because a program's been on the outs for the better part of a decade.
Is it because of how bad they've been? For me, it's like how bad they've been on the outs. It's not just that they're on the outs. It's like they're not even in the neighborhood anymore, you know? They got removed. They got kicked out of the neighborhood. They got put in prison.
Prior to Woody Hayes, Ohio State had some issues.
Sure.
Not as many.
No, not as many. And,
not as many.
And it's also, a little more difficult just in terms of like number of postseason games or bowls or whatever, because you're going to have these long stretches where they just don't have.
I mean, to me, if I were just to go by raw number of wins and titles, Nebraska's in.
Sure. 5 national championships.
And they're still top 7 or 8 in all-time wins.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I mean, that's hard to argue against.
Yeah.
That's hard to argue. But
see, and Travis, and I do think, and maybe this is where the Notre Dame of it all comes in, and because Travis brings up Michigan, except for last year, Michigan hasn't won an outright title since before integration. There is this part of this too, in my opinion, Blue Bloods, where it's like hard to define. It's kind of a you know it when you see it. And for me, that's why like Notre Dame will always be a Blue Blood, because they matter. Like I sometimes think that this is less about the raw success or lack thereof, and it's more about a feeling you get with the program. But I would also admit that I am now trying to define something that I cannot define. And so is that really fair for this conversation? I don't know. Steve writes, blue blood or not, blue blood is basically the same as old money versus new money. Oregon is new money, I would argue. Georgia and even Florida State are also. Nebraska's old money that has lost their fortune. See, I don't think Florida State's new money, but Like, and this is a
well,
part of
they're
it.
newer money because they didn't become a power until the late 70s, early 80s.
See, but you know what's crazy? You're right. But the late 70s is now almost 50 years ago. Like, that's a long time. 1979 is no longer just 20 years ago.
Right, but
it's
again,
45 years ago.
But if you're gonna, and I get it, the old money, new money thing. I would argue. I wouldn't even argue that Oregon is new money right now.
I would.
They've been to 2 title games. They haven't won one.
Yeah, and
they're
I think
good.
I'm
not saying
that's why they're
not
new.
good.
That's why they're new money.
Yeah, but okay. Here's my argument. And if we were to look at this from a college basketball standpoint, UConn is new money. They've won all their titles. I
thought we have decided that they're a blue blood now.
But
if new money doesn't mean blue blood in my mind. New money is something else. New money is. It's like at the country club. You have the old guard, the old money that's been there for a while, and then you have the person that maybe made a quick buck in stocks or whatever. They show up, they're new money, but you're not one of these guys. You're not the person who has been at this country club for 60 years.
Yeah, I guess I look at it more of,
new money for me does not define national championships. It defines kind of how you, honestly, I think new money fits Oregon because it's literally how they've done what they've done. It's all based off of the spending of money.
Everything's been based off of money.
Sure.
But I mean, Oregon has been little accomplishment. I mean, a lot of wins. I'm not saying
a lot of wins, conference championships.
They're not a better program than Nebraska right now. That's not my argument.
It's funny how that is the one part of this graphic that seems to have set people off more than even the argument about.
Well, because it's so obvious recency bias.
Well, and that's
right?
weird too.
That's part of the branding, and part of that's the credit to how Oregon has branded themselves, because they get a lot of attention because of the flash that they use and all the uniforms and the Nike and all of that stuff. That image, they've created this image for themselves that has probably inflated their actual worth.
Mm-hmm.
But their actual worth, it's not much.
Michael says on the text machine, hypothetical, does it take Nebraska winning another title or going to the playoff to get back in the blue blood? No, but I don't think it can just be like one thing. It's going to take some time. But again, it's part of it's weird. For me, at least, it's not as easy as just winning and losing or championships or no championships. Again, it's about something else. It's about something else, an aura that program has attached to them.
Maybe
honestly, right now, if you were to pin me down and get the who are the blue bloods, I would literally go the top 6 all-time wins programs, because they're all.
And who are those?
Michigan, Alabama, Ohio State, Notre Dame, Texas, and Oklahoma.
Yeah, I mean that's some blue bloods.
Maybe Nebraska's in this weird limbo area where they're both a blue blood and not a blue blood.
Oh, Schrodinger's blue blood.
Exactly.
Well, text from the 402 says Oklahoma won 37 games between 92 and 98. Adam texts in from 67 to 24. Nebraska's only not truly been relevant for a 10-year window, which is the last 10 years. No way they aren't a blue blood. And look, I don't want to get into I don't want to feel like I have recency bias, but I mean, that does have to matter to some degree, right? Like in the 80s,
not necessarily.
In the 80s, if you would have argued about this, Minnesota would have been talked about. But at a certain point, that does change. At a certain point, what you did 20 years ago becomes what you did 30 years ago and what you did 40 years ago. And
right, but again, I go back to
Nebraska
the argument
not past
that there are ebbs and flows. If we would have had this conversation 20 years ago, we wouldn't have dreamed of leaving Nebraska out, but we conveniently ignored the fact that for the first 2 decades post-World War II, Nebraska was garbage.
Sure.
And shouldn't that matter as well in the overall conversation?
I think for some it doesn't, because of integration and because you had integration enter the sport. And so then we start defining modern era as a different thing. You start expanding the bowl games, and so that is a different thing. The AP poll expands. And so there are all these more easily defined metrics. And you still had voters and those types of situations that would happen. But it seemed that the sport was getting a bit more streamlined, if not, what it is today. Star Wars Fiend says, I agree with Josh. Notre Dame from my age, late 30s, always was a winner and played big-time competition. That screams blue blood to me. Won't back down type attitude about your program. That screams Notre Dame and Alabama. See, and it's funny because Notre Dame, the last national championship was the year I was born, 1988. But there is something about that program that goes beyond the wins and losses that will forever mark them a blue blood.
Well, sure. They're a huge brand.
Yeah.
They're a lot like the Dallas Cowboys. The Cowboys are always going to be a big brand, even though they haven't done anything winning wise in 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
But there are some programs that can overcome the lack of success because of all of the goodwill. I mean, they've banked a lot of goodwill.
Adam says, in my opinion, you have to have won multiple national titles with multiple coaches to be a blue blood. That weeds out the fish in the pan or flash in the pan programs versus the true long-term success programs.
Well, but if
that
you're
have won
using
national
that
titles with
conversation,
different coaches,
if
Nebraska is absolutely a blue blood.
Yeah, but if you're using that argument,
so what's the
then
list?
Penn State's out.
Penn State is
Penn State only won with one.
So what
coach.
would that list be? That would be then Bama, Oklahoma, Ohio State, Nebraska, Notre Dame, Florida State, Michigan, Miami, Texas, USC, Georgia, Florida, Tennessee. But then the problem is I think it starts getting into like LSU. I don't think they're a blue blood. Trying to think of other programs. Clemson. I don't think they're a blue blood.
Well, but they have national championships.
I'm going off of Adam's definition,
but
I don't think that's the right way to do it.
Yeah.
I think it has to be. It's a combination of a variety of things, but it can't just be multiple national championships across different coaching staffs.
And if we would have used that argument again, let's go back 30 years ago. You'd be ruling out Alabama. They won all their titles under Bear Bryant.
No, they won. They had the Gene Stallings one in 92.
No, I'm saying if you go back right before Gene Stallings won.
Is it only Bear? They didn't win one before Bear?
Not. I mean, they've claimed.
See, but then you get into
they've
weird.
claimed a whole bunch of
you get into fake territory,
ones pre AP poll era. But
and see that's why I don't like defining it with only one coach.
Or you could say the same thing about USC.
Because a lot of theirs happened under.
A lot of theirs was John McKay.
John McKay, yeah, that's right.
Or Ohio State, Woody Hayes.
Yeah.
Before Jim Tressel's team, it was Woody Hayes.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if I don't know if I want to. I understand the opinion there. I don't know if I want to narrowly define it as you have had to do it with multiple coaches.
Yeah.
I get that because it shows that you've got ability to win, but
yeah, in a way, I mean,
and also keep in mind we've only really had a playoff for a generation.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Not in hell. It's only been 10 years. So can we even define that?
Well, if you want to count the BCS as a playoff,
yeah,
we've only had it for essentially a little more than a generation.
Max says Nebraska would have been a blue blood had this question been asked in 2016, right? 2 recent conference championship appearances, a lot of winning seasons still. So now it's 2017 to current has done them in. That time frame is such a blip on the radar. Tiny. Nebraska football is a blue blood, not last 20 years blood. I don't know. I think we had this. We've done this topic probably every few years for our entire time together. I don't know if I would have defined them as that, but maybe I'm being too harsh, on the program.
I will hear the argument.
5 natties. It's a lot of natties.
I will hear the argument, and I will say this. They get in before Georgia does.
Yeah, of course. Hell, I mean, one of the more interesting teams that we barely have mentioned in this whole conversation is Miami. Because if you go back to the previous graphic that had the number of AP poll, number of times ranked number 1, they're only 2 spots behind Nebraska. Their most recent one happened only 2 years after Nebraska, but their first didn't happen until 18 years after Nebraska's first. You want to talk about a ridiculous run in a short amount of time.
Well, and Florida State's basically the same thing.
Florida State goes back a little bit further, or actually their first one didn't happen until 88. Wow, that's interesting. I would have guessed it goes back further than that. Yeah, and so what do you do with those types of schools? Because I think Miami is in the same boat as Nebraska. It's just been too long.
See, I put Miami and Florida State in a similar class as UConn. A lot of their success has happened in the last few years, and if you want to blue blood that, go right ahead. But
yeah, Florida State, 3 natties, Miami 5. That's a lot of championships.
As somebody who's fairly new to these conversations, the blue blood conversation to me just feels like it's just about vibes.
You know what, Nick? You are not wrong. I do not think that you are wrong.
I think that's why it's such a hard thing to pinpoint, because it's just vibes. It's just a vibe check.
Josh says, does Miami have the best 20-year run in college football history? Man, I mean, you could definitely make an argument, but then Nick Saban showed up to Alabama, and that wasn't even 20 years. So let's see what happens over the next 3. But starting in 1983 until 2001, they won 5 national titles. With how many coaches? 4? That's ridiculous. Right?
Did anyone win multiple?
Schnellenberger.
Was
Jimmy Johnson.
Did Jimmy win multiple?
And then it was Dennis Erickson and what's his name? Larry Coker. Who won the other one?
So Jimmy must have won.
Did he win
Jimmy
2?
win? Jimmy won
or did
2?
Erickson win 2?
Because I'm trying to remember the years now.
Yeah.
Obviously, 83, flawed.
Nice. What was their next one? 80. We talked about this the other day. Was it 86?
86.
No, 87.
Oh,
it was Dennis Erickson. He won one in 89 and 91. That's hilarious. Dennis
So
Erickson.
Dennis Erickson's
the Miami coach to win 2 titles.
Okay.
That's hysterical. It's a ridiculous run. They finished in those years outside of the top 6. Well, then they struggled for a few years, but I mean, they were most of the time they were in the top 6. And then Larry Coker.
And the crazy thing is about Miami, they did it with, I would argue, at least half the fan support of an Alabama.
Oh, by far. If you look at the top 10 here, the worst fan support is Miami of the top 10 most AP number ones.
Miami was more popular for their image outside of South Florida than they
100%.
were in South Florida.
Yeah.
I mean, they couldn't fill the Orange Bowl for the only games they would ever fill it for would be like Notre Dame or Oklahoma.
Yeah.
And that would be it.
By the way, Josh also points out that so they won the 5. They also lost 3 title games.
Yes, they did.
So think about that. They lost the one to Bama. They lost the one to Ohio State. And they lost the one to Penn State.
I would say because of the turnover, I think Miami's run is even more impressive than Alabama's.
Yeah. And what happens with them if they get a playoff, where they get more cracks at it?
Yeah, I don't know. It's
this topic ended up being a lot more fun than I was expecting. I just didn't want to yell about Oregon for 20 minutes because the answer for them is obviously no. And I'm a little surprised. I'll admit this. I don't read or pay attention to Staples anymore because I just haven't liked his shtick over the last couple of years since he went to On3.
What's his shtick?
I just don't think he's as enjoyable as he used to be. This is a tough look for him.
I don't think
Oregon,
he's a blue blood anymore.
Yeah.
Oregon, come on, Andy.
Oregon
Andy knows better than to have Oregon on there.
Oregon should never be considered for this.
No, unless they win 5 national championships over the next 10 years, then we can have a conversation.
Well, I'm just saying considered.
Does feel a little engagement-y.
Oh, very much so.
engagement.
And like this whole topic is engagement-y because we're all engaging with it. But again, Andy knows better. Oregon, come on, man.
Yeah.
They're the only school on that list to
Again,
not win a natty.
It's recency bias and it's the marketing.
Yeah, and look, we
now
talked
listen,
about it.
if blue blood is dependent on uniform combinations more than titles, then absolutely Oregon's a blue blood because they have
they're a green blood and a yellow blood.
117 different uniform combinations.
Nick, don't say that. You've been uniform pilled.
Oh, no.
Oh, John, along the lines of pilled, before we go to break real fast.
Oh, God.
John asks, does pilled or influencer trigger John more?
Oh, they're both stupid.
But what's the worst? That's a good dumb debates question.
Yeah. Oh, we could find out
Both.
John is an influencer pilled.
Oh, have you been influencer pilled, John?
I still don't understand what this means.
Pilled?
And I'm going to intentionally
Nah,
try
we'll
not.
give you the definition.
Nope.
We'll give you the definition.
We don't have time because coming up next, Josh has 4 minutes to figure out his contribution this week for the Run and Wrestling Connection.
Oh, I got some takes for you.
So everyone get your computers out in case you're wanting to sign up for...
No, we already did that. That was last week. I got some news for you.
I hope he's going to bring a little more effort to this.
I got some news for you.
Yeah,
All right.
Boston boy.
Coming up, 1620 The Zone.
What's up with all these listeners, John, asking us to do a wrestling segment?
You want to talk to me about running?
Maybe I do, John.
You know what? This is what we'll do. We'll do a minute of running and a minute of wrestling. The Run and Wrestling Connection.
I've already run like so many K today.
This is wrestling. This.
For no particular reason, I decided to go for a little run.
Get off the wrestling mat. Boo!
We got a sports flash coming up.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do. This is big news.
No, it is not.
You do Cubs scoring updates for some reason.
I haven't done that in by the way,
in days.
By the
It's
way,
been
they've won
2 whole
4
days.
out of their last 5. Did you know that?
No. Well, now I do. You never shut
By the
up
way,
about
this is all taking up all of your running time, so you better go.
So, John, I talk a lot about qualifying standards. You know, the Boston Marathon famously has a qualifying standard.
I know about those.
Yeah, Nick knows about them now. But have you seen what they have done to the Chicago Marathon? The qualifying times, the qualifying standards have been dropped. This is a guaranteed
So now you have
entry.
to eat a whole slice of deep dish?
No, it's about running, John, not about eating
Well, you said
food.
Chicago Marathon.
The men's standard for the Spry Boys Regional, which is 16 to 29 years old, for this year's edition
Sounds
was
very inappropriate.
3 hours and 5 minutes. Do you know what they did for it next year?
I know.
2:55. It's dropped by 10 minutes. But that's not the end of it. How about this for cue the Trump drop, Nick? Women. This year for women 80 and up. What? I cannot believe John's laughing at women that run.
Women 80
Go,
and
girl,
up?
boss, go.
What's the standard for this? A week and a half?
6 hours and 10 minutes for this year. So well, I guess I'm not a 29-year-old anymore. But the standard for my age group also dropped 10 minutes.
You're not an 80-year-old woman, you're
No,
saying?
for those women, it dropped 50 minutes. So if Grams is thinking about running, she has to run a 5:20 or better to make it to Chicago.
Question
for you?
Legit question.
Yeah, I gave you a legit answer, Nick.
Do you think this power creep in running is eventually going to plateau? Can the human body physically have this many people that can just creep up their times?
Well, these are just for us normies. These are for normie. These are fast people.
I would call
normal
someone
fast.
who's 82 and is a
they're
great
fast as hell.
grandma not normal.
But like someone will break 2 hours in the marathon in a race, in a sanctioned race at some point in time. But like for this is catching up to COVID runners like myself who have I like this sport. I'm going to get into it. And then they are running times.
Oh, so we
Shout
can
out
blame
Grams.
COVID for this?
You can.
That's
if you'd like.
another reason why COVID was bad.
Boston qualifying time is going to drop too. We don't know to what, but it's going to drop. There you go. You said I didn't have anything this week. How about the olds? Let's give it up for the old women who run a sub 5:20.
Women.
Kick ass, Grandma.
Yet they'll still take as much time in front of you at the checkout line because they have to get all their coupons out and write a check.
They will. They'll definitely do that. Severe asked a question. Is it the new shoes that they're complaining about? So yeah, the shoes the technology has gotten better. And so the shoes allow you to run faster.
All the carbon fiber.
Carbon plated. Yeah. You're not using as much energy. Why is this so confusing, John?
It's not confusing. It's just
the technology in the shoes has gotten so much better over the last decade that a lot more people are running a lot faster.
Can you do a marathon
times.
in Heelys?
If you want, your feet would
that's
break.
cool and all, but it's not like
You should make marathon Heelys.
I'm with you.
It's not like you're
I hate
juicing. It's not like you're juicing a baseball.
I have gotten so annoyed with people whining. Technology happens. They used to run in like leather shoes at the Boston Marathon, 100 years ago. Times change.
Tires get better now, and so you can race on them longer in NASCAR races. In fact, it's gotten so much
handshake
that
me.
People have asked for a little more tire degradation so that the racing gets better because it's almost too good because they don't have to change their tires as often.
Give it up for
Turning
Grandma.
into Formula One, you're saying. The pinnacle of motorsport. Welcome to the running and wrestling and also Formula One connection.
No, it's not that.
Well,
Money in the bank?
Money in the Bank
was
very interesting.
It was.
I
was at my buddy that I was staying with is huge into wrestling, so we watched this and the.
Okay, you stop because this is an actual sport.
I accidentally yawned.
This is an actual sport. So,
Watched this in AEW.
So CM Punk again screwed over Drew McIntyre.
Screwed?
Tremendous. Yeah, because so do you know what the concept of Money in the Bank is? It's a ladder match where you get the briefcase. If you get the briefcase, it means you get a title shot whenever you want it.
Oh, that's fun.
So Drew McIntyre won the match.
Okay.
Then when the title match later that night happened, he actually came out in the middle of the match to cash in the contract.
Okay.
So he wasn't going to wait.
Just right away.
He was going to do it right away that night.
Right there.
And as soon as he cashed it in, CM Punk
Like
came
an
in
80-year-old woman
and waylaid
running.
on him
520
and cost him the match.
Oh.
So
He ran.
Yes.
Fun.
He ran into the ring.
I love running.
The technology in his shoes are too good.
Yeah.
Though.
Nice.
The bloodline story's getting interesting. They put Paul E through a table last week. That was cool.
Table pilled.
Solo Sikoa showed up.
Well, he always shows
Are you
up.
into this crap?
Again, my buddy I was staying with in Ames, he's huge into it. So I get into it when I'm hanging out with him because it's kind of fun to do that when you're around.
Nick seems like he gets into anything if his friends are doing it.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I'll try most things once.
Yeah.
A week from Friday, SmackDown here in Omaha.
Are you going?
The boys got
You guys
tickets.
going?
The boys got tickets, so we're going.
By the way, Otson points out CM Punk of Chicago.
He is of Chicago.
Oh, can he qualify?
He's also of Dumb Pepsi tattoo.
Dumb Pepsi.
He's got a Pepsi tattoo.
Why is? Oh, you're saying the company is dumb.
No, I'm saying the fact that he has a Pepsi tattoo is dumb.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Oh, so now all you tattoo boys are shaming each other over your
I would
silly
never shame.
tattoos.
I had a conversation with my friend recently while we were running about his tattoos, and I asked when he. Did I tell this story already? I feel like I have.
Yeah, I think I fell asleep there.
I was like, when are you getting your next tattoo? And he was like, oh my gosh, I don't know. And I was like, great conversation.
I think it's weird to have a Pepsi tattoo. Just
Yeah.
the Pepsi logo.
Yeah, you have Star
tattooed
Wars.
on your
You have
body.
Star Wars tattoos.
That's fair.
Anyway.
Oh, are you not done yet?
No, I'm pretty much done.
Thank God.
You can talk about NXT.
No, Nick, give it to us, baby. Give it to us. Give it to us. Give it to us.
Give what to who?
Time for an unsportsmanlike conduct sports flash update.
Flash pills.
From the Sports Flash Sports Desk.
John, it's time to flash pill the listeners. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
Talk to it.
Big time news being reported by Doug McIntyre.
Big shoes.
Big news, John. Big news. He writes for Fox Sports.
The breasts!
Oh.
Breasts!
You jerk.
You knew what you were doing.
Yeah, he was looking all over for him.
No. I thought it was on the other bar. Sorry.
Greg Berhalter is out as USMNT head coach.
Are you having fun?
This is one of the once-a-month things when John remembers he can play drops. How about this news, John?
Nasty.
Remember? They sucked. He was nasty. The play was nasty. He gone. And now?
Damn it.
No. Well, I guess that's probably what Berhalter is saying, but all of us are saying this is good news for the US of A. We like this news. Nick, we like this news. No, I'm not going to do that to you, John.
It's a fun bit. Have fun, John. Go for it.
Can I? Here's an actual serious question about
Soccer.
How come General Burkhalter isn't
Berhalter?
So does this mean that Burkhalter is not coaching the Olympic team?
Sure.
Because Duncan McGuire of Creighton, he's on the Olympic team.
Yeah.
Duncan
So he's
McGuire's
not
a
coaching
cool
that team?
Well, he's fired, so he's not going to be coaching any team anymore.
Or is it a different team? Is the team that just
I
lost
think it's a different
the
team.
Copacabana?
It's a different team. I don't think.
Well, how do they decide the coach?
So
for the...
here's a little spoiler alert. Don't think that countries care about the Olympic soccer as much as they do, like the
Interesting.
Euros, for example.
Does Olympic soccer have that same issue that we just had with our International Football League, where all the good players are playing in the pros?
Nobody cares.
Yeah,
nobody cares unless we win.
So why don't they just get rid of? I mean, not.
Yeah, Andy says different team.
Why wouldn't they get rid of the Olympic soccer if no one cares? I mean,
People care.
It's still the world
because we literally send our best basketball players over to play in the Olympics.
Well, what else are they doing during the Olympics? Summer League?
Resting.
Yeah, I mean that's what Kawhi Leonard is doing.
Good on him.
Yeah.
I've always wondered about that. So that
we just don't care. We just don't care.
Well, we don't care, or everybody doesn't care. I mean,
Andy says Olympics something like 20 under 23.
Are the Germans
I think
not
it's a bunch
sending
of
their best players?
It's a bunch of young spry boys. Well, they're doing the Euros. England, shout out to
Well,
England.
That's what I'm saying.
England 5, Germany 1.
This makes me curious about what's going to happen with baseball when they do the baseball for the Olympics.
They also
in LA.
won't care.
Right, but I wonder, like, are they just going to call up a bunch of, like, AA, AAA players?
Probably.
Might be college players.
Wrigley, get down.
Exactly. Maybe it'll be Wrigley.
I was curious. I did not know.
I'm happy to give you the answers,
So General
John.
Burkhalter out, and he will not be coaching us in the Olympics.
AF. Boom. See you later. Bye-bye. This is good news, John. Now America, maybe they get out of the group stage in 2 years. They got out of the group stage last time, you goober. This is amazing. America first, John. If it's about tariffs.
What's the group stage?
It's the first group.
Soccer genuinely confuses me.
There's 4 teams in the group stage.
It's done so on purpose.
It's not that confusing.
Because
if you're confused by this, you're a pinhead.
No, you're just a good American who spends his time talking about real football.
So wait, earlier
Like
I say
me.
10,000 fans will go to the Nebraska practice, and you get mad about that. Then I say
I
group
wasn't
stage,
mad
and you say,
about that.
"What's a group?"
No, he said, "What's a group?"
Yeah,
not
but you
me. I
said
know it's a
retweet.
group.
You said retweet.
I didn't say retweet. I just laughed because it was funny.
Is a nighttime donor event disguised as a practice really a practice?
Wow. Yeah.
I mean, it won't be as good a practice as you would get if you just snuck in under the fence and watched a real practice.
By the way, shout out Jed, shout out Dave Fight. Multiple people asking, did I just say that Carell Buckhalter is no longer the head coach of the national team?
Listen to Josh making fun of poor Carell Burkhalter
Buckhalter
for getting fired.
No, his name's not Buckhalter. It's Greg. Got to be your bull. Got to be your
I always
Buckhalter.
wondered what happened to Carell after he
I miss that guy.
stopped playing ball. He had one of the better
Can we get him on the
underrated
show?
Nebraska football pro careers ever.
That guy was awesome. He did fumble that one
That's
time.
crazy.
Nick, 1999.
And now he's out of a job.
That's a Prince song.
Nebraska fumbled a lot. It was a bummer.
Okay, but Dan Alexander was responsible for like 80% of them.
But they
don't
turned it over
blame.
more than last
listen, you soccer loons are blaming poor
Loons.
Carell
Oi!
Buckhalter for this. But don't be shaming Carell. He was a good player. He had one bad
Don't
fumble.
compare
One
soccer
bad
people to loons. It's a beautiful bird, John.
I'm sorry to the loons out there.
But I just got an email. We're going to be doing something fun on the show within the next couple of weeks. And the person said, so happy that football is back, baby. And then like 8 exclamations. How fun is that?
As long as it's the real football.
Yeah, no, this was about American football.
Well, maybe Carell, give Matt Rule a call.
There you go.
Looking for
You're
a
out
job
of a
now.
job. You're out of a job.
I thought the team sabotaged you.
Well, I think he certainly did. They didn't even get out of the group stage. What the hell are regionals?
Maybe if they
What
would
the
have.
hell are regionals?
What the hell's the group stage?
What's a regional?
I just want someone to break down soccer to me in a way that makes sense.
It's not hard. It's not difficult.
Why can't there just be like, are there feeder systems?
Just-
because
just
there's
en-
tournaments that
just
count for
enjoy-
this, but not
just
for this.
enjoy your
I can
one goofy international sport and don't move on
things
to
that
the other one.
happen every 4 years.
just stick
Baseball's
with-
an international
just-
sport now.
Just stick with F1.
So it's football.
Just stick with F1.
All right, settle down, Nick. You don't have to care about international football. That stuff is fake.
No,
it's
I mean-
pretend. It's pretend
I
football.
mean, when the
they just fired
Jaguars
Carell
play,
Buckhalter.
I mean, when the Jaguars play in England every year.
I see.
Football's an international sport now.
Wow.
Dumb debates. If this hasn't been dumb enough for
It's
you.
coming up, baby.
16:20 the zone.
Nick Grum for Circa Sports Iowa. Football season is coming fast, no matter how much some people might not want it to, so why not embrace the impending fall with your new home for football, Circa Sports Iowa. They already have lines for both week 1 of the NFL and week 1 of college football. Tight money line splits means that the lines are better than some of the others you can find out there. And they've got a couple contests that are related to football happening right now at circasports.com in Circa Million 6 and Circa Survivor. 2 ways to win, no rake, and $16 million in guaranteed prizes. You can find all the details for that on circasports.com. Plus, they won't limit your account when you win a ton. They don't punish you for doing that. And the customer support is full of real-life people. No chatbots, no dumb AI, real people. You can shoot them an email or even tweet at them directly, and they will do whatever they can to help accommodate you with whatever you need. Download your new sportsbook today anywhere in the state of Iowa. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
It'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice Throw. It would be nice to have a blood through from your mom.
Listeners and not to, we did anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mayo in a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton? Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around,
even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
It's Wednesday, which means it's time for Dumb Debates, your chance to take over the show. Not a hostile takeover, a gentle one, please.
Oh, not an insurrection.
Not an insurrection. Good call.
No, we're not asking you to do anything like that.
We're all debate pilled here.
You can send in your dumb debates to the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620. Please use the hashtag dumb debates or email into the Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. And don't just wait for our prompt. Whenever you think of one, just think of us. Whenever you have a dumb conversation over dinner, at a family gathering, by the pool, at a movie, wherever you're at, and you go, man, that was a stupid debate. Send it our way. Send us the same question. We'll tackle it too.
Honestly, you should just think about us anyway during all of that. That should just be
just think, what dumb thing would those guys say?
We'd say many dumb things. We're happy to help. Like this one from our good friend Mike Schafer. So he messaged us earlier on after our interview that we did at 2:50 today. Because he wrote an article. Who were the best Nebraska Cornhuskers never included in the video game? Now, he does have a caveat. We are not going back in time. So you are unable to say Mike Rozier, for example. The actor? Or Johnny Rogers.
And technically, nobody
That's
was in
true,
the video
John.
game.
It was quarterback number 7 in 2001.
But basically, we're just talking about the 10 or so years between the last release of the EA Sports game and this year's release. So in that time,
who would have been the best?
He
did have some nominations on the Husker 24/7 Sports message board. Adrian Martinez, specifically year 2 Adrian with the Heisman hype. Trey Palmer, Wandale, Cam Taylor-Britt, JoJo Doman.
Wandale's a good one.
I don't know.
This is kind of a reminder of just how dearth of talent they have been in the last
I don't know
year.
if would Wandale have been that. Well, maybe he would have.
I mean, he was a very highly ranked player. It would have had to have been year 2 Wandale, not year 1 Wandale.
Who's he play for again now?
In the NFL, he's with the Giants.
New York Giants.
Yeah. My answer is, I think the first guy you mentioned is actually the answer. Adrian going into year 2 is, of the last decade, is the most hyped player that Nebraska has had. The player that people thought about with the highest regard. I mean, he was literally on the Heisman list. You know, now he wasn't as good that year, but I think that he is the friend of the Grum, Adrian Martinez, I think is the answer here.
Yeah, it's up there. The only other one I had, and I didn't realize that he would have appeared technically in the last video game, was Nate Gary.
Gary?
Recently, Pro Football Focus revealed the best player from each school according to their grades.
Yeah.
And Nate Gary was Nebraska's. Was the Nebraska player who had the highest Pro Football Focus grade of any Nebraska player in the Pro Football Focus era.
Yeah.
I just remembered something. So I'm going to get the game when it comes out next week. We'll be able to figure out the rankings.
Fedoni.
Well, they've already
Fedoni pilled.
Oh, have they come out with those already?
Not everybody,
but
we know some good players though.
We know about.
I can go through the whole roster and I can write them all down for us.
Severe says Maurice Washington was dynamic when he was here. He was another one that I had in the back of my mind. It would have been a very high speed rating. He would have
Yeah.
I don't know all the ratings that they have on them, but yeah, he would have had that. I don't think he would have been the highest overall player.
I think the answer is Adrian.
Yeah.
Boy, I'm trying to think if there's a name we haven't mentioned
Are we missing?
yet.
Well, along the lines of Nate Gary, another one that popped into my mind was Randy Gregory, but he would have been on the last video game. But the next year, he would have been ranked higher than he was the first year because he would have been coming off of a double-digit sack season. You know, and that was sadly his peak. His first year at Nebraska, way better than his second year at Nebraska.
Yeah, I think that's the. I think Adrian's probably as good an answer as any.
All right.
Joe writes into the
Hi,
Equitable
Adrian.
Bank inbox. Besides Nick getting hit with a football,
Nice.
what was the worst prank that happened to you, and the worst you've heard done to someone else?
Right.
Now, technically, Nick getting hit in the face with a football.
That wasn't a prank. Mr. Casey was just mad at me.
That was a necessary disciplinary action for someone who was clearly out of control.
No, that was Mr. Casey trying to come to terms with the fact that he screwed up the positioning because I was thin and he had me on the line.
That's a stupid thing by the Hall of Fame coach, Mr. Casey.
Yeah, the Hall of Fame coach, Mr. Casey.
Why would you put a
Nick Saban made mistakes too. Even the GOATs make mistakes.
Even the GOATs make mistakes.
Why would you get mad at a 175-pound kid at right tackle trying to take on a 250-pound sophomore?
I'm guessing because you probably said something about, you're coaching pilled. And he threw the ball in your face.
I think he wanted to run you off the team, is honestly my theory.
Probably.
Yeah.
Could've.
But the thing is, they could just put me on defense.
But that is
so that was not a prank.
That is not a prank.
Okay. I don't really know if I can say the one that I heard about at a party because I didn't get invited to parties. There was fluids involved in a cup that was poured on someone's face when he was asleep.
Oh!
Yeah, just gross.
So
that's the worst that I ever heard about. I was like, are you serious?
I
would never hang out with people again.
Dang!
Yeah.
This isn't worse. This is not that.
Yeah.
But we had a tradition back home. Every homecoming week, people would TP all the teachers' houses and everything.
Classic.
The class above our class was notorious for having some problematic kids, like troublemakers, rabble-rousers.
Sure.
They toilet papered our football field on homecoming week, and because they did that, the next year they had cops out searching for anybody with toilet paper.
That's funny though. It's not that bad of a crime.
Well, they ruined a tradition that went back decades.
Ruined it. Maybe they altered it.
They ruined it.
Okay.
They soiled it.
I don't remember.
We had a guy. We had a guy bring in a can of fart spray and sprayed it all over the art teacher's leather jacket once. Ruined the jacket.
Oh no,
dude! I forgot about fart spray.
She had to ditch the jacket.
Do kids today know about fart spray?
Oh, they have to.
Well, we just educate.
You ever do like a stink bomb where you light it off and it explode?
Yeah.
They have fart spray in Fortnite. I think kids know about fart spray.
One time, one of my friends, he worked at Gamers. And I don't know if the parking lot is still like this, but there was like the car that he parked in. He had this old crappy, like an SUV. I don't remember what it was, but it was one where you could just lift up the window.
Mm-hmm.
And so we went there in the wintertime and we just took all this snow and just put it in the back of his car. Very stupid.
Yeah.
But he didn't know, like, why is the backseat of my car so wet? So that's one of the dumber things.
I did
you didn't check the back seat.
You always got to check the back seat.
I did something very mean to my good friend.
Oh, what's that?
So there was this girl he was very sweet on that he was, hoping to get the attention of. And he worked at the Walmart. I worked at the truck stop. And one day during one of my breaks, I had one of our female cash register clerks write a note. So it was in women's handwriting about how, hey, I've been noticing you from afar, blah, blah, blah. I'd like to, basically it was a note, hey, I'd like to talk with you a little bit more. And so during my break, I took this note over. I put it on his windshield of his car or his truck. Went inside to go, and say, hey, what's up, man? Just to, and purposely, I said, hey, I got to get back to work. And so he walked me back out just because he was looking to kill time at work. Yeah. And I purposely parked right next to him and I don't remember if I pointed out to him, hey, there's something on your car, or if he saw it, but either way, he grabbed it.
Did he believe it?
He read it. He believed it.
Oh, no.
And he took off running towards the wall. He was like, yeah. He's like,
that poor guy.
He came back. So after he got off work before I did, and he came out to see me.
Mm-hmm.
I was near the end of my shift. And, he was still talking about it. And I had to fess up that, yeah, that's not real. He was not happy with me.
I heard about this. This was so I was a freshman. These would have been seniors, so they were much older than me. But I had a friend in my class who was related to one of the kids. They were applying to all these schools, and I think Harvard was one of them. And somebody faked letterhead that he had gotten into. I think it was Harvard. He did not get into Harvard. Yeah, I don't think that went over very well. But a solid prank nonetheless.
We also pranked one of our coworkers at the truck stop who worked overnights. And, we sold alarm clocks.
Mm-hmm.
This is back before cell phones and whatnot. Now, so, truck drivers needed alarm clocks because they're getting up, they're going back, hitting the road. And so we found all these wound up alarm clocks. And we set them all because we knew that when he worked overnights, he would fall asleep during dead periods.
Mm-hmm.
And we set them up and we hid them all throughout the store, like up in the ceiling tiles, buried in the back next to the pop cooler. And so they were going off like every 30 minutes. And we sold this one. It was an amplifier. It was an alarm clock, but it had like an external speaker on it, and it was loud. I mean, it was like wee, because truck, you wanted to be guaranteed. Hey, this is going to wake me up,
wake me up inside.
And we saved that one for last, and we hid it up in the ceiling tiles right above the cash register. And it was like how at the end of the fireworks display, it's always the biggest bombs that go off last, and we saved that one for the end. And he was so confused. He was like, this thing's kept going off all night. He said, yeah, I know, because we're the ones that set them.
You guys just made me remember a thing that happened while I was in high school. It happened to Mr. Casey.
Oh.
It was one of the shop classes. Because, there was like a carpentry class and then like woods class and small engines. This happened in the carpentry class. Mr. Casey drove like a little 97 Ford Ranger. And he would park behind the school, just in this little lot every day. The kids, while Mr. Casey was taking care of something, a bunch of football players were in that class, they picked his truck up and they turned it horizontal and vertical. And there wasn't a good way for him to back out of that.
Awesome. I like those types of pranks because it's like, damn, you guys are really strong. Jed says, I once soaked a towel in anchovy juice and put the anchovies in the towel and hid it under the driver's seat of a coworker in the middle of the summer heat. Remember we did that to Mailman Todd.
I had a friend of mine do that with some of the real stinky cheese. But now, like old, like back in the 70s and 80s, you lift it up on the door handle to get in your car. And he tucked it up. So as you dig your fingernails in to lift up, he dug it up in there. And they got it on their hands.
Oh, that's nasty.
Chris says, in high school at Westside, we had a kid poop in an Arby's bag and put it on a math teacher's desk.
Whoa.
What the hell?
That is expulsion territory.
Yes, it is.
That's I would hate to know that kid because, like, if he would do something like that, that's
what else is he going to do? Severe reminds us of the time that they, on April Fool's Day, they pranked Nick Bob by having a letter from Dick Vitale, which is amazing that he never figured out that it was April 1st. But I guess it was a different time, with social media. It wasn't as we weren't as annoyed by April 1st back then as we are now. He thought he was going to get fired.
The cease and desist letter from ESPN
not to do anymore. Right before his show started?
It was during the show.
Yeah, and I think the boss, their upstairs boss, Keely today, she came on and read the email, and it ends with how did you not figure this out? It's it's April 1st, April Fool's, and you can almost hear Nick sweating, just his reaction, oh, thank God it's not real.
They got Nick pretty good there.
Here's one. Let me find it from Chris. We hear it's the greatest time of year for sports about 6 times a year. In July, I think he means June. NBA Finals and NHL Stanley Cup. March, NCAA Tournament. October, NFL regular season, NBA starting, and Major League Baseball playoffs. Put it to bed. What time of year is best in sports? This is so easy. It's so easy.
Well, there has to be a way to be objective about this, right?
Yes, it's right now. We have baseball, and that's it.
And the Euros. You love the Euros. No, it's October. It's obviously October. Football matters, big games, and the World Series. And the baseball playoffs. It's a great time. We have games on during the day. I love October.
Formula One is still happening.
Don't care about that part, but I'm happy for you, Nick.
I mean, it's hard to
NASCAR's
argue.
still
It's hard to
happening, right?
it's hard to argue against October. It really is because it's very
because there's
very
overlap.
crowded.
That's the part that's fun about October is overlap. March, if you like March Madness, I'm not going to poo-poo that, but it's like one thing.
Right.
Whereas October, you got like there's just something about those big time playoff games, man. Like where every pitch matters, and then you have football.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, because it's
Weather's
going
not
on all
horrible
week.
yet.
You know, it gets a little crowded on Saturday and Sunday when you're trying to watch everything at once. But
Yes.
but you do have games going on during the week.
When we have day baseball in the Grum that
Yes.
matters, a little TBS action.
Yeah, it's October. It's hard to beat October.
Yeah, it's fun.
It's hard to beat October.
What would be your number 2?
Man. January's up there.
Because of the NFL playoffs.
You got NFL, you got
college
football playoffs, you have, college basketball
conference stuff.
Conference games.
Yeah, I do love the NFL playoffs. I was going to say I like May, but that's more just about like having like big time playoff games on every night. And if you want to double TV with hockey and basketball, you can do it. If you're a Kentucky Derby guy, you can throw that on too.
I mean, May into June, with baseball's already underway, basketball playoffs, college World Series, college baseball's getting close, conference tournaments, whatnot. Indy 500, Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, we got a lot of random sports at that time of year.
That's a pretty good. That's not bad.
Yeah,
that's underrated.
Yeah, it's plus maybe it's just the weather too. It's like my mood is just nice.
Yeah, and the weather. It's the first really good month of weather that we have,
Mhm.
and so that definitely helps.
Plus Whopper writes. Oh, who could forget about Halloween? But says Thanksgiving weekend is up there with college basketball tournaments, NFL, and college football rivalry weekend.
Well, yeah, if you're going to narrow down to a certain amount of days, I mean, we were kind of looking. I think Chris's intention was a
month, right? Yeah, the month.
But yeah, if you want to narrow it down to, let's say, a week,
yeah,
then it's hard to beat Thanksgiving week.
Oh yeah, that week is fun, where it's just nonstop sports
week.
all the time.
Yeah,
every weekday there's games.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, you have the holiday component built in. Rivalry, so you have and this year we get Texas and Texas A&M back on the schedule. That'll be fun as hell. And the NFL always tries to deliver with big time matchups, big time games. That's a good one. You got one?
Dave says, what common food item is always better when made by a restaurant as opposed to home?
You might disagree with me on this, but I think wings are always better at the restaurant. I have made good wings.
I wouldn't disagree.
I've made good wings, but they're always like missing something, like 5% of what they are at the restaurant.
I wouldn't disagree with that.
Yeah. So yeah, that's my answer. I can try them well, but they're not as good as the ones at the restaurant.
I mean, pizza. I mean, we've and a lot of it's because,
oven.
We do pizza, at our house. We do homemade pizza, and the crust is okay, but it's not as good as the really good pizza that you like. And I'm not talking about comparing homemade to Pizza Hut or Godfather's or Valentino's, but like, your favorite absolute pizza.
Yeah.
Like a Paisano's or,
Pizza Hut.
Domino's.
But I would say pizza's up there. Steak is. Now here's a weird one. My wife, and we've had this. My wife and I have had this conversation.
Wife pilled.
Why is it that salad always tastes better in the restaurant than it does at home?
It really does. I don't know what it is.
And I'm just saying, whether it's a Caesar or a normal house salad or When we went to Momo's last week, we always get their wedge salad.
Great. That's a great one.
It's always better in the restaurant than you can do it at home. And all it is it's freaking lettuce.
Yeah.
There are times where I will just order the salad for lunch from next door, and I'm happy with it. It's so good.
I get the chicken Cobb salad from next door. Very tasty. You're right. You are spot on. Salads from restaurants always are way. I think it's the way that they toss them, certainly.
Yeah.
And then, if the dressing, if you're going to a nice restaurant, they're making the dressing.
Yeah.
And so the dressing, it's going to be better. That's a good one.
I still think you can do burgers better at home than you can get in restaurants.
Okay, so that does kind of bounce off of my next follow-up. What's better at home than at a restaurant?
So
Burgers,
John would say a burger. The only I'm almost all the way there with you. I do like the bread sometimes, like the buns at restaurants more than the.
But if you get your Rotellas,
that's a great point.
Toast them right.
We did a couple weeks ago. She made smash burgers, and they were awesome. They were really good. Trying to think of what else do I like at home more than at a restaurant.
I think I like pasta at home better than restaurant
Yeah,
pasta.
she makes incredible pasta. So I would agree with you, Nick.
So does my girlfriend. Great pasta.
Wow.
Yeah, maybe. Trying to think.
I feel like I'm disappointed whenever I get pasta at a restaurant, that even if it's their specialty. It's
Yeah.
just,
Another one for the original question. Like we can make good burritos at home, but I feel like it's better to get them at restaurants.
100%. Sometimes breakfast tastes better from a breakfast place.
Oh yeah, I would. I like making breakfast, but yeah,
and this is the obligatory if Stibbs were still alive. It'd be
good diner
my
hash brown.
dad's pancakes are the best pancakes in the world.
Pancakes suck.
Like diner hash browns are the best hash browns.
They are.
I would agree with that.
Diner biscuits.
I would agree with that.
It's a fun one. I don't know if that was Dave Fight, but I have another one from Dave Fight. All right, so here's the other one. And this wasn't a dumb debates at first. It was just a poll question. You have just turned onto a 4-lane city street. So it's 2 lanes going one way, 2 the other way. You'll be driving on the street at the speed limit with light to moderate traffic for about 50 blocks before turning left. So you're driving about 4 miles, and then you're going to turn left. When do you get into the left-hand lane? ASAP, so right away. About halfway. 1 to 2 stoplights to go, or in the last few blocks.
So I hope this doesn't mean I'm a bad driver, but if I know I have to turn either left or right, I like to just be in the lane
the whole
time. Because knowing my luck, when I want to get in there with 2 lights away, it's going to be impossible. People aren't going to let you merge.
As a superior driver as I am, and it drives the wife crazy, but I'll wait.
Until the last few blocks?
Honestly, it depends on the time and score.
Yeah.
It's the time and situation. If it's like, now I realize with the question, it says with light to moderate traffic. In the case of that, I'll definitely wait to the last few blocks, because there's a very good chance that the lane that I want to get into is going to be moving slower than the lane that I'm in. So I'll definitely wait, especially if I know I have the time to get over.
Sure.
If it's a busier time where, like, let's say we're either coming into or leaving from an event, like an event crowd, a College World Series, something like that, I will get into the lane I need to be into earlier because I don't want to have to fight my way back in.
Yeah.
But in the spirit of the question to which it was asked, yeah, I'll definitely wait for the last few blocks.
Yeah, I guess, it's funny because earlier I voted about halfway, but I was thinking about it from the perspective of when I do my normal drive in the morning, because it's 2 lanes and 2 lanes. But when I turn left, they have the turn lanes. And so I just want to be in the left lane as early as possible. But for this, if it's just 4 the whole way there and you're turning in that left lane, I'm waiting as long as possible, because I don't want to get stuck behind other people that have to turn left, because then it's going to slow me down.
All right.
Asian Joe says, what's better at home than at a restaurant? Making whoopee, unless they're doing it in the restaurant parking lot next to the station. Wow, that's not the second time that's come up in the last 2 days. Jace Todd, I think he's saying what's better at the restaurant, or maybe it's the other way around. I don't know. Easy chicken fried steak.
That's a good one.
At the restaurant or at home?
For home.
For at home. Better at home?
I don't know if I've ever.
Mom used to make really good chicken fried steak. Now we don't. But even on the very rare occasion where the wife will do it from scratch, I think it's better at home.
Jordan and Chris in Montana, I think they're talking about better at the restaurant is fries, French fries. That's a good
Restaurant
one.
Fries kick ass.
Yeah, we have made good fries before. Like she has done it where she like soaks it in water all day to get some of the starch out and fried them, and it's very, very good. But yeah, restaurant French fries are the bomb.
I will say, and I know I'm a minority here, I love potato wedges. My mom used to make the best homemade potato wedges.
What a disappointment.
I love wedges.
They're just not very crispy.
Oh, you mean like your mashed potatoes?
I like them crispy, John.
Like
Especially, Josh, like loaded wedges. Could you imagine loaded wedges?
I'd rather have loaded fries. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Daddy's home. Crunch,
I don't
crunch,
really
crunch.
like crunchy fries.
You don't want there to be a little crunch to it?
No.
Wow. What a wild take. You want soft, mushy, gross fries.
You know what?
Soft and mushy.
I am
the mushy boy.
There's a middle ground here.
I am not picky about my fries.
You're not picky pilled?
In terms of
he's fried.
Does it have to be a certain way? I mean, yeah, there are certain fries I really like. In-N-Out Burger, the great fries. But, you know,
they are really good fries.
I've had a lot of different kinds of delicious fries. I mean, McDonald's fries are obviously great, but I also like the fries at Cane's, the fries at Runza, though you're wasting your time
here we
when
go.
you're not getting the onion rings.
Soapbox John.
Get frings.
No, because you don't get enough rings. But yeah, fries are the one thing that I am not that particular. I mean, yes, if I had bad fries, I'm not as particular about because there's so many good varieties.
What's the word?
It's like women. There's so many beautiful women in the world, and they come in all shapes and sizes.
John comparing women to French fries.
Wow, interesting.
Yes.
Women has been fry pilled.
Which fast food place has the worst fries? Because I have
Burger King.
a take.
Burger King.
I haven't had Burger King fries long enough to.
Or Wendy's.
Wendy's fries are great.
Are they?
Yeah, sea
Are they a
salt, they're
sponsor?
natural cut.
They're not bad.
See, that's not an excuse.
Oh, well, this is an easy one. Freaking Popeye's fries are terrible.
Oh, those are great
Popeyes.
fries.
I don't like Freddy's fries.
Oh,
I know that's
Nick,
a hot take.
No, it's not. Well, is it? That's
a lot
great
of people
take.
I talk to are like, oh, I love Freddy's fries. Shoestring fries are bad.
They suck. They're too crispy.
They're hard to eat.
Well,
like you feel like a goblin when you're eating
I
them.
don't
They
even
don't
know if they're
dip
too
well.
crispy,
they're
but they're
tiny.
they're just too small.
They're too small.
McDonald's fries is as small as you want to get.
100%.
They're in terms of the girth.
I do like the girth of a Burger King fry. I think Burger King fries have good girth.
I haven't had Burger King fries in so long, I can't remember what they're like. Burger King fries used to be almost identical to McDonald's
They
fries.
changed the recipe in it. They're not as good as they used to be, but like they'll do in a pinch. They're not the best.
Wild Bill tweets in, John is the problem. Events are exactly when you need to wait to get into your lane. Zipper merge, bud. Damn, he just called you bud. My name is Bud.
The zipper merge.
Okay, first of all, nobody zipper merges.
That's not a zipper merge. This is getting over.
Yeah, it's just being in the right lane. So I'm not having to
also people
force my
won't
way
let you merge anyway.
Because here's the issue. Here's the problem that I have. It's when people clog up an obvious turn lane if they're going straight. That bothers the crap out of me. If it's the obvious turn lane and they're still going straight and they intend to do that, they need to get into that lane. And if I were to do that I would be clogging up the through lane. I don't like that. So, Bud, you're wrong.
Damn, Wild Bill.
Bud pilled.
Mustache Adam wants to know, is beer is bread the new water is wet?
Oh, interesting.
Beer is bread.
Is that what they're saying
I
now?
think that's a thing I said a while ago.
Well, beer is bread. That's been said for long.
There's this listener one time.
Liquid bread.
Remember he brought us that beer bread, and I was like, ugh, friend, thanks, but I don't want this.
No, I don't remember that.
He brought you something, too, that I think's been on your desk for like 8 years.
Is it the broken mirror?
No, I got that for John. That was a Christmas present to John from me. Because John said, stop looking in the past. You got to look forward.
Yeah, that was Nebraska's issue. They kept looking in the rearview mirror instead of
Clearly
looking at the
that
windshield.
helped.
It helped me.
It helped John?
You know, breaking mirrors brings on bad luck, Josh. Maybe it's your fault.
I did break it. I had to buy the mirror, and then I broke it.
Scott Frost is your fault.
Oh, rats.
We didn't really answer Adam's question.
No, what was the question?
Is beer is bread, the new water is wet?
No, I think they're two different things.
It's pretty old.
I think they're two different things. Water is wet and beer is bread.
As we go to break, one final interlude from Titans Mike's mom, otherwise known as Casey Mike's mom.
What's going on here?
I could toss your salad and it would be better than a restaurant.
Nice.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Well done.
We don't doubt it.
No,
Mike's
certainly
mom.
not.
We don't doubt it.
Certainly not.
We will continue with more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct. We have some content coming up. And more on 1620 The Zone.
John, you ever think about your bros and how you want to have a good time with them?
I do. Sitting out there in the middle of a field, a nice band set up and playing, and
maybe
you're out admiring the new roof you just put on your barn.
And maybe you're enjoying some delicious food from Cops, which is this week's zone deal.
That smells and tastes like summer.
It does indeed. And on Friday morning at 9 a.m., you can get $50 worth of vouchers for only $25. 3 convenient locations in Omaha: pizza, steak, seafood, pasta, fresh salads, and tasty charred wings. Many things that are better at restaurants than are at home. $50 worth of vouchers, just $25 on sale Friday morning at 9.
So
1620thezone.com.
The Creighton women's basketball schedule non-conference came out.
Oh, thanks for reminding me. I got to tell Glenn that I can do all of the games
this week. And the Nebraska-Creighton women's game is scheduled for the same day as the Creighton-Nebraska men's game.
Wait, say this again?
The Creighton-Nebraska women's basketball game is scheduled for the same November the 22nd as the Creighton-Nebraska men's basketball game.
The women's game is in Lincoln this year. Is it not?
Well,
and the men's game is in Omaha this year.
I believe that is usually how it has worked. But John Walker of the Omaha World Herald, Omaha.com,
friend of the Grum, met him at the College World Series. Never mind. It's in Omaha.
Tweeted that Creighton is looking into the possibility of turning the men's and women's basketball games into a double header.
Would they do them both
at CHI Health Center?
Oh, well, that would be fun. That'd be really fun. It's kind of. This is not a negative. Don't take it. This is a negative.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a high school Friday night. You know, you go, you watch the girls' basketball. You stay, you watch boys' basketball.
Basketball day in Omaha.
Well, here's my question for you. Because obviously you're doing something like this to promote the game, but we all know that the men's game is always drawn more than the women's game. Do you do the women's game before the men's game?
Or do you do it later?
Or do you do it after?
Well, I understand I'm picking up what you're dropping, but TV's gonna control it, right?
but here, TV, but the TV is going to be dictated by the men's game, right? And so let's say the men played at 6:30.
Now you're cooking.
And the women played at 9.
Yeah.
What about the game would still be picked up by somebody, even if it's ETV?
Yeah. What if it's at
or FS1?
What if it's at 7? Is that a problem? Because then you probably have to start at 9:30.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Well, and that's the other question is, do you turn it into a true doubleheader where one ticket gets you in for 2 games, or are you playing a game, clearing out the arena? And I'm assuming if you're doing it this way, you're selling it as a 2-for-1.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. That'd be cool. Got a lot of players coming back on the women's team. It'd be a fun atmosphere, and it'd be fun for the rivalry.
Yes, it would.
It'd be really fun for the rivalry.
I would see. I don't.
Because if you do it, if they just do it at Sokol, you're gonna lose a lot of fans. Or it's going to be early in the day, which that's not out of the norm for women's basketball.
No,
they do a lot of weekday games.
It's not, but if you wanna help goose the attendance and make it a better atmosphere, then
that's not the way to do it.
Then I think you want to put it in the big building, and I like this idea.
Nick,
I have a very dumb question.
Oh,
is there a difference between men's and women's basketball courts?
Nope.
Okay.
So you don't have to do anything with that. Don't have to do anything with the rims. It would just be where they're playing.
The only difference is in the size of the basketball, and that's obviously not an issue.
Correct. Yeah. So you wouldn't have to adjust anything.
Sick. Basketball day in Omaha.
Basketball day in Omaha. That'd be really fun.
I don't hate this idea.
Yeah. This was John Walker's idea?
No. This is John Walker reporting that Creighton is looking into the possibility.
This is Creighton's idea.
It's being discussed.
Good job, Creighton.
It's being discussed.
Yeah. So now it's just curious to see what it looks like. You're right. The Nebraska-Creighton game, that's probably a FS1 Friday night game. Friday night's a great night for basketball because they'll have the football on Fox. So do that.
Well, maybe they'll just bump whatever crappy Big 12 football game they have and put Creighton in Nebraska.
No, remember, that's
Big
10, John.
We love the Big 12.
Crappy Big 10 game.
Big 10.
Right. Iowa and Wisconsin.
What is the Friday, November 22nd crappy Big 10 game of the week?
Oh, would you stop it with this negativity? Friday night.
It's probably Northwestern at their little tiny baby stadium.
I'm going to say Penn State. It's a Penn State game.
No, Nick, I don't believe Penn State's playing.
I don't
any of
believe they
those.
are either.
Nope.
It is Purdue at Michigan State. East Lansing,
Purdue.
Friday night. Does it get any better than that?
Oh, hell, they won't even play that game in East Lansing. They'll already be winterizing their stadium. They'll move that to Detroit.
No.
That's true. Good point.
A lot of people call Purdue the Penn State of the. I got nothing.
Nice, Nick.
I tried.
Awesome work.
Thanks.
Awesome work.
I just wanted to be technically right.
That was just like your hot dog eating contest. Your hot dog challenge. I could tell from the first syllable, this is not going to go well. Just like with that hot dog, that first bite, I could tell.
Well, it helps that it helps that when I made that noise, I knew immediately I wasn't going to do it.
And then lots of laughter.
It was great content.
It was amazing content.
It was. It was very good content.
See that?
I had wings that day.
See what Joey Chestnut did? Speaking of wings,
No,
he ate 200 wings.
that's gross.
Well, okay, not wings. They were chicken nuggets,
Doused in sauce.
a.k.a. boneless wings,
Yeah, nuggies.
which are just chicken nuggets.
Indeed, they are.
But
John.
didn't it trigger some kind of a deal now?
I don't know.
I thought he did it as a challenge, and now Buffalo Wild Wings is offering some kind of a deal.
Oh,
I thought
free
that's
wings.
what it was. If Joey Chestnut accomplished this, then customers would get this.
Oh, so Joey Chestnut did it for the people.
That's what he does.
Hmm.
That's what he does. Joey Chestnut of the people.
Yeah, I'm trying to see. See, I ate 200 boneless wings after a challenge from Buffalo Wild Wings.
Do you think they call him Lord of the Wings now?
Let's see. Mission accomplished. 200 in under 38 minutes. That is so gross. Oh, so all you can eat boneless is now extended to August 14th because of him.
Oh, there you go. Thanks, Joey.
How much is it?
I don't know.
So it's set to end today, but now it goes a little bit longer.
Yeah, another month.
Oh, cool. I do like wings.
Well, they're
Even boneless?
chicken nuggets.
I mean, it's a bummer.
They're still delicious. Don't get me wrong. I mean,
you know what? And now I think I might know.
I wouldn't turn them away.
No, I just wouldn't order them.
But
I like bone in.
If I would rather,
I also
have,
like bone in.
I like the bone in. I'm bone in pilled. I'm bone pilled. Oh, John.
Oh, yeah.
You love the summer.
We have fun.
We do. We're laughing. We are laughing.
We're fun pilled.
Mm-hmm.
All right, coming up, we've got some idiotic lists.
Oh, fun. Shopping.
Sports action.
Pilled.
Pills.
We have a reason to stick to sports.
Oh, that's always important.
And not to stick to sports.
Oh, we're talking Biden. He's still in the race, by the way. Old Chuck.
Chuck Biden?
No, Chuck Schumer. You didn't let me finish. Is
Oh.
basically telling people like,
Democrat Civil War.
mm-hmm.
So a guy who's in his 70s is telling another guy who's in his 70s.
Old ass people are like, can you get, sir, could you leave, please?
Chuck Schumer's like, this guy's too old.
Yeah.
Get him out.
It's a tough look when he's saying someone
That guy
too
should have a
old.
term limit.
Yeah.
So
It'd
Chuck
be like
Schumer.
if Dianne Feinstein would have said, she's too old.
Has Babs chimed in on this?
Babs.
Barbara Streisand, the most famous Democrat.
Is she?
Oh yeah, she's
old
in
pilled.
terms of the.
See, this is when John's references
Is this
go.
a 90s reference?
What are you talking about?
Yeah. Nobody cares
she was
about
the first
Barbara
person
Streisand.
to ever say, if so and so gets elected, I'm leaving the country.
That was
Bush.
Yeah, which Bush?
GW.
Yeah, that was 24 years ago. Nobody cares what she thinks anymore. I don't care what she thinks.
So why are people freaking out that Danny Ocean decided not to pull back his support?
George freaking Clooney, bro.
He's old too,
but he's handsome.
And he has a tequila.
Oh,
place.
so you're saying Babs is ugly?
I didn't say that. Just say George is handsome.
So you're saying their opinions only matter if they're attractive?
No, I think his opinion matter because he donates a lot. He's the 1890 of the Democratic Party. I think it's what he has all that tequila money.
Also, he was Batman.
He was Batman with the nipples that one time.
Okay, he was a terror. He was
He
not
was
a
the
good
worst
Batman. He was not a good
I have
Batman.
nipples, Greg. Could you milk me?
Sorry, but
He said that to Robin once.
doesn't work for me.
And Robin's like, my name's not Greg.
All right, content's next on 1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Casey Mike's mom's been on one today.
Oh
no.
Talking about the preference between wings.
Yeah.
I like to alternate, she writes. Bone in, then bone out, then bone in, then bone out, then bone in, then bone out, and repeat as many times as possible. It's an interesting philosophy.
It certainly is.
Yeah.
Certainly is. Nick?
Here's the lead of Adam Rittenberg's story on Utah football at Big 12 Media Days. Utah coach Kyle Whittingham expects a seamless transition with defensive coordinator Morgan Scally, named last week as the Utes coach in waiting, although no date has been set for Whittingham to step aside. Is it going to be seamless?
I think so. I mean, when you got a program like this, it's been operating under this leadership for as long as it has, and it's got the blessing of Whittingham. I would say that it'll probably work as well as Nebraska's transition from Osborne to Solich.
Oh, horrible?
That wasn't horrible.
5 years later, it was.
5 years later, it was not horrible. They still won 9 games.
No, 5 years later, they won 7 games. They went 7-7 in year 5.
Okay, well that
boom roasted.
But that's
boom roasted pilled.
But that's not the transition. That's 5 years in.
I just feel like it's always difficult.
I think it'll be a seamless transition. The question is, how long will they be able to keep the good times rolling?
So I'll disagree, but mainly because we don't know when Whittingham is stepping aside. So like that being seamless, I think is always a little difficult. Head coach in waiting without an end date. Like at least with Creighton this year for baseball, we know what the end date is. It's going to be at the end of the baseball season.
I don't know. I look at it from the aspect of how good that program has been, how good Whittingham has been, how well that whole operation seems to be working.
Yeah.
I got to give them the benefit of the doubt because of how rock solid they've been.
Yeah.
Ranking season rolls on this summer, and today Bill Barnwell ranked all 32 NFL teams based on their skill level talent, not including quarterbacks. 49ers, Eagles, Dolphins, fins up, Texans, and Vikings lead the way. John's Rams were 9th, and Josh's Cowboys 18th. The defending champs were 14th. You got any takeaways?
Not surprised, certainly by the top end, at least the top 3. The Texans being that high, though. I mean, if Barnwell is correct, that offense is going to be an absolute machine because they also have a really good quarterback. Speaking of that, though, the Vikings, it's got to bum out listeners or friends like Mr. Mike Schafer because they have a lot of the pieces, but they also have a rookie quarterback or Sam Darnold. Sam, don't call me Arnold Darnold.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I think all of our teams seem about right, though. Kansas City at 14th just shows what a machine Patrick Mahomes is.
Do the Eagles deserve to be that high?
I mean, they have really good receivers. They have a really good tight end, and now they have Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, okay. I forgot about that.
Yeah, which is a bummer.
Yeah. No, I don't have a whole lot of problem on here.
Well, speaking of, I guess, non-idiotic lists, because you guys are cool with it.
No, this is an idiotic list.
What do you think of this list from CBS Sports about the most clutch quarterbacks in the National Football League?
So here is CBS Sports' top 10 clutch quarterbacks.
Okay.
Obviously, Mahomes is first, so they haven't screwed this up.
Hey, they're off to a great start.
Then things get very questionable after that.
Okay.
C.J. Stroud is 2, Jalen Hurts is 3, Josh Allen 4, Jared Goff 5, Dak Prescott 6, Joe Burrow 7, Daniel Jones 8, Lamar Jackson 9, Justin Herbert 10.
Talk about, what was the term you used earlier? Engagement farming?
Mm-hmm.
This is bad.
This is pretty rough.
Do you realize that of the top 10 clutch quarterbacks, only one on this list has won a Super
That is a tough look.
Where the hell is Matt Stafford? How many quarterbacks have led a game-winning touchdown drive in a Super Bowl? Patrick Mahomes, Matt Stafford.
Is that the list in the NFL right now? Is everybody else
That's
gone?
it. That's the list.
Get the eggs.
But
I don't understand this
C.J.
list.
Stroud is a great quarterback. Can we call him clutch yet?
It feels too
He's
early.
played 1 year.
Too early to tell.
Too early to tell.
Jalen Hurts?
Yeah, they when they went to the Super Bowl that year, they did it on the heels of dominating teams, not coming back and winning games late.
I don't have a problem with Josh Allen.
No, he should be high on the list.
Goff might get some consideration at the back end of this list, but he's definitely not number 5. Sorry, Josh. It's not Dak.
No, Burrow should be higher. If
Joe
anything.
Burrow should be higher. Daniel Jones?
Yeah, Daniel Jones.
Daniel Jones? Lamar Jackson is great, but
again, they win a lot by dominating teams, not so much by coming back.
Yeah, this is a terrible list.
Bad list, Nick.
Also, Mr. Mid Justin Herbert is on there.
Mr. Mid.
Wasn't clutch in game 1
They
last
call
season.
him Mr. Mid.
Nice, Nick.
All right, well, we're done with football for now. So here's a sport that's not even close to being in season. Check out this very cool, very normal college basketball graphic from College Basketball Report. Creighton has the 8th most Power 6 wins in the last 5 years. Same as Kansas, one more than UConn. Thoughts?
So this is a follow-up to yesterday or Monday's discussion. Monday's
Mm-hmm.
discussion because Nick was gone. And I remember saying something about, I wonder what it would look like if it was just the last 5 years. Well, this shows us. And for them, I'll say this. For Creighton fans especially, it's got to just be so nice that they have the monkey off their back that is getting to the Sweet 16 and even making the Elite 8. Because the thing that stood out to me actually the most about this was not Creighton's spot, though I did look at that first. It's Arizona being at number 1. Most wins, nothing to show for it. They don't even have a Final Four berth, let alone a national championship. So that was the thing actually that stood out to me the most. Hell, throw Illinois in there as well. They don't have a Final Four. At least Purdue was finally
How about
able
UCLA?
to make it. Yeah, exactly.
Now,
So
UCLA did make a Final Four, but that was kind of a deep dark horse, kind of a dark horse.
which year
run.
was that again?
That was the COVID year.
That's right, the COVID Final Four. Yeah, I barely remember that.
But yeah, it's pretty
Interesting.
impressive company to be in. That you're right there with Kansas and UConn, and you're ahead of Oregon. You're ahead of North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
You're ahead of Villanova.
And even Virginia Tech.
Kentucky.
Basketball.
Basketball.
All right, we need to slow down on this hoops talk. We've done too much of it lately,
We're going to
boys.
slow down on the hoops talk and speed up on the NASCAR talk.
Yeah! Why?
Bubba Wallace got fined $50,000 for hitting Alex Bowman's car in the cooldown lap because he was frustrated by an incident between the two earlier in the race. Is this too stiff of a punishment?
Well, John hates him, so he's going to say it's not stiff enough.
Well, I
Fine
mean,
him
Bubba,
more.
Bubba does have a temper issue, and
A lot of people
tends
NASCAR
to take out all of his frustrations on other people, even though most of the time it's his fault.
That's NASCAR, John. That's just NASCAR.
No, but Bubba's
been Bubba
Bubba's
pilled.
at the extreme end of
been Bubba vaccinated.
Have you been Bubba vaccinated?
I have no
Bubba
idea.
vaxxed.
But the funny thing is, Alex Bowman admitted to the incident earlier in the race and said he shouldn't be fined. But because of it's a safety issue. See, in the cool down lap, usually they take the window net down, which helps keep the driver in the car.
You want the air to little airflow?
Yeah. And so
Air
he did
conditioning.
this. He
They
did
should turn
this
the
with the
AC.
window net down, and it knocked Bowman into the wall.
Yeah.
Not like super hard to the point where it caused a ton of damage, but it's just it's a danger thing.
Do they wear diapers in NASCAR? Or do they put things in things?
There might be a catheter.
Oh, ouch.
No, I don't think there's a catheter. I mean,
it's a big diaper.
if you really, really have to go, they go.
Like a condom.
NASCAR
It's
drivers, President B.
It's-
Handshake me.
You ever seen The Right Stuff, the movie The Right Stuff?
I haven't.
Well, there's a scene about the astronaut being stuck in the rocket. We're waiting for launch, and he had to go. Sometimes when you go, you gotta
go. You gotta go.
Gotta go right now.
Oh.
Chris Paul said he chose playing in San Antonio over a different location because he wants to play. Rather than sit on the bench of a title contender, he wants nothing more than the opportunity to play and contribute in hoop. Do you appreciate the honesty in that he said like the same thing 4 times?
Yeah, you're right, Nick. He did. Yeah, I do appreciate the honesty. For a guy especially who hasn't won a ring, famously has only made 1 NBA Finals, to get to this stage in his career rather than just be a hanger-on and try to pick up a ring as the 7th or 8th man. He wants to play basketball, plus he would get to play with Wembanyama, and he can maybe throw him some alley-oops. I do appreciate the honesty, even if I don't like Chris
I do
Paul.
too. And instead of just chasing a ring to chase a ring, he still thinks he can contribute at a high enough level where, instead of being the 7th best guy on a really good team, he'd rather be a starter on a team that's building and probably has no chance of contending for a title, at least in the immediate future.
The Veep was in Las Vegas to meet with The U.S. men's Olympic basketball team.
Oh, it's a sports question. That's good.
Oh, I didn't have the other one ready. Do you think she was there
Wow.
to give words of encouragement or to ask LeBron to be your running mate?
All right, I appreciate the ingenuity there at least.
Yeah,
but we
guess.
missed out on the
Stick to
sports.
Yeah, I didn't see.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm
actually, the dynamics of this question have now changed.
Coconut pill, John.
It appears
Oh,
as if
full circle.
as
Nice.
if Veep may be looking for her own Veep.
Mm.
Kawhi Leonard announced that he's not going to be playing for
Oh.
Team USA, so maybe it's a Kamala Kawhi ticket.
Did you see along those lines, Nick? Do you know who George Karl is?
No.
Okay, John. Do you know what he did?
George Karl, the famous George Karl of the coaching George Karl.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, what'd he do?
So he tweeted, he coached in the NBA.
Mhm.
He said, unsurprising RE, which means reply, Kawhi, now it's your turn to do the same, Biden.
Damn.
Get him, George. See, I like the idea. Kawhi, that guy doesn't ever play basketball, so maybe he'd be a great vice president.
The only problem is Kawhi is only 33, so he's not old enough yet. But LeBron's old enough.
LeBron's in his 80s?
He's nice, Nick.
No, you can be young and be Veep.
Oh, Kamala would be your gen, right? Finally, Gen X gets its chance.
Great.
Oh, look at John.
Oh, he's so happy.
John says, get rid of the old man. And we're like, all right,
Yeah.
here you go. It's a woman. And John says, no.
Oh.
Very interesting.
That is interesting, John.
it's
you got to. She loves the cops, John.
You love the cops.
Yeah, you handshake me.
The thin blue line, John.
Yeah, you two would be two peas in a pod.
We definitely get a lot of comedy out of this because she tends
Again,
to
coconut pilled.
speak out of her rear end. But
It'd be very funny.
listen,
like Veep season 8.
it's
the Veep season we never knew we needed.
it's better than the alternative.
Boom. There we go.
I'll say that much. It's definitely better than the alternative.
Get the coconuts.
I still don't understand that, but whatever.
Do you want me to send you the article from Vox?
No,
I'm really glad
good.
we came full circle on
It was
this,
very
by the
nice.
way.
That's how the show started.
And now we're done with the bit for the day.
And now we're done with the bit for the day. You
And
know what we're not done
now
with, though?
We're done with the bit for the day.
We're not done with the day.
We're
We're
not.
not
We
done
have a
with the
segment
day.
to go.
And it's called What's for Dinner, and
Coconuts.
it's next on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
So it's funny. We talked about this earlier, and it gave me the idea. I'm going to do some chicken chunks in the air fryer. I'm going to toss them in buffalo sauce. Riss made some jalapeno ranch earlier this week. Dip that. Do some fries on the side as well. Be a lovely meal.
I'm not really sure. I know we still have some leftover chicken for some like chicken tacos. I'll probably do something like that.
Nice.
I'm not sure yet, though. Not 100% sure.
Also inspired from our earlier conversation. Sounds like we're going to have some kind of spinach pasta, like a spinach pesto salad.
Nice.
I want to keep saying salad. Pasta.
The McDonald's has a new, apparently they have a new McFlurry flavor.
Broken machine?
Well, yeah, when the machine's working. It's Kit Kat Banana Split.
No. Gross.
I would try it.
I love banana splits. I think a McFlurry banana split flavored McFlurry sounds great. I don't know if you need the Kit Kats. I'm also not a huge fan of the Kit Kats.
Kit Kats are fine.
I like Kit Kats.
They're just
They're
Yeah.
okay.
They're
I knew somebody once who ate them without breaking it apart first. They would just take a chunk out of the whole thing.
Out of the
like
it's
a
like,
monster.
It's like eating a cheese stick. How do you eat a cheese stick? I just take a bite out of it.
Well, some cheese sticks aren't string cheese. If it's
How do
string
you?
cheese,
I do it out of the. I take the bite out of the string cheese.
I mean, I don't like string cheese.
Oh, are you
Some people get upset by that.
I'm a sharp cheddar
They
cheese
do?
stick guy.
Oh yeah, they're like you have to do the string cheese.
Well, they sound like a beetle.
I wrote a song about an octopus. I don't know, Nick. Good question.
Okay.
By the way, John, a reminder, with all of the flooding that's affected our areas, that you can go to redcross.org/NRG Omaha Cares now to show your support for disaster relief.
Well, there you go. There's the Grum for today. Tomorrow is Thursday.
What do we got tomorrow? Oh, Nick, what do we got for tomorrow?
Yeah. Have we locked in anything for tomorrow yet?
Not yet.
Wow.
Robin is on vacation.
Yeah, so the pressure is on young Nick to deliver something. Can you get... we didn't poop on Prime.
We didn't poop on
Well,
Prime.
we'll definitely poop on Prime tomorrow.
Could you get Coach Prime for us?
Yeah, I can see what I can do.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure
I'll tell him
be
he
very
has
excited.
a chance to just talk for about 5 minutes straight.
Yeah.
Then I bet he'll do it.
Yeah, but it's only if he knows he's on a friendly show like, any of his ex-buddies who are now in the college and pro football media.
What if we start a Coach Prime psyop where we just start tweeting very nice things at him to
And maybe
endear
he'll
him to
join
us?
the show.
Yeah.
That's a great idea. John, why don't you start?
Oh, Coach Prime, you're so handsome.
I love you, Coach Prime.
I think you're...
I did like your hiring at first.
I think
Again, I like the fact that he's in the sport. I want him, just like I like Harbaugh being in the sport. I don't have to like them.
And you love the discourse that's around him. You love the
It's
national
not so much the
media.
discourse, it's just
Discourse.
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 I mean, some of the discourse, obviously, their discourse is what makes them relevant.
Sure.
It's just when it gets to the unsufferable points. But it's better that than a bunch of boring town people coaching. That's all.
Hard to argue.
And it's going to be more fun to kick that Prime ass.
Oh, take that caller from earlier.
Yeah.
Wow, that was a wild call.
We're guaranteeing it. Going to whoop them.
Put it on the list.
We're going to
Get
beat
the eggs.
Colorado. And hell, we'll be there.
Bye.
Bye.